Okay. And here we are. Doing the thing. I'm making lists. We're doing media. Media literacy caps on. That's loud. That could be less loud. Okay. Okay, so I guess I didn't understand what these were before in the update for OBS, but if I click this, I guess there's no way to test this without doing something really annoying. We're making lists. What lists, you might be asking? We're making film lists. Okay. We're doing more focused, more direct content. Oh, I want my throat. Okay, first things first, the throat. I really need to just go back to the whole tea and honey before stream thing. Anyway, we're doing a list. Well, we're making multiple lists. And I'm doing this live so people can yell at me about things I didn't put on the list. But what I am doing... Okay, no, don't move that. I know you guys can't see it, and I'm fixing this problem, as I often am. We got two main things. We have other themes and other sort of like groupings of things, but two main things. As always, we're doing primarily film. I mean, it's always usually built around film, so that's the main thing. And looking over here, so we have, again, this is for the month of April. We're doing genre wise, we're doing fantasy films. Timeline wise, I think we're thinking 70s. Like, also, these all things that also cross over. And, you know, me selecting fantasy as a genre and the 70s as a time period is very arbitrary. But I blocked out the general plan for the year, and that's what it landed on. I plan to go through various genres and times, and, you know, we're expanding the media palette. Obviously, very famously or infamously, depending on who you ask, I have never seen. I might as well start with the obvious thing. I've never seen The Godfather. That's kind of okay. Not fantasy films, 70s films. I might as well just say the Godfather trilogy. Like, I know that the Godfather Part 3. I know the Godfather Part 3 came out in the 90s, I want to say, but if I'm going to watch the first two, Like, I feel like I should just watch all of them. Just for the experience, just to say I saw them. It also has my little guy. A gangster drama film. That's how I guess I would classify it. Have I seen it? If we go back over here, we're gonna borrow from over here, so I don't just. Nope. No. It's really two things. There's just yes, and there's just no. That's your first order of business. Welcome in, Aaron. Lucky. I'm doing film stuff. Also, I meant to respond to your DM, and then I fell asleep, as one does. What an interesting conflict between Evil Dead 2013 or The Host or Run Lola Run. It's a battle as old as time. Welcome in. I'm making film lists. We're planning out to, again, we're watching more things on the stream. I'm also making more general content about stuff, and now I'm making a list. I think I just need lists to reference. So if you have any fantasy films or films from the 70s, we decide on Ratatouille, his girlfriend. I guess GF could have multiple things. His gay friend. His Garfield fanatic. I don't know. I've been up for a while. Welcome in. Look, that's what you say, but my head canon will be other things. You know, we'll just learn to accept that. So if you have any fantasy films or films of the 70s you think I should watch, if you're ever like T1, I can't believe you didn't blank. Now's the time. I already put the Godfather trilogy. I think that's going to be the big thing I'm going to watch, is that I'm going to watch the entirety of the Godfather trilogy this month. So no one can yell at me for not seeing it. That's my real motivation, you know? I mean, it's an important trilogy of films, but also I don't want to get yelled at anymore about it. I want the yelling about it to stop. So Godfather trilogy. Everyone's on welcome in Nebraska Joe Dirt. Moses Ferry and Chatter. He thinks I can't enjoy Primate and still give it a 1. I mean, it depends on just what your rating system really is. I would struggle personally. I mean, I guess it really depends, because on my scale of things, we're just talking about the broad T1 out of 10 scale. Like if 2.5 stars or 5 out of 10 is like mid, and like everything below that is some level of bad, I think that I would struggle to give anything that I thought was bad but I enjoyed it like a 1 out of 10. But I feel like I'm assessing the whole thing. Like I feel like when I'm assessing something in terms of giving it some sort of rating or score, I'm trying to assess it as a whole product, as a whole cohesive thing. And I do think that obviously my enjoyment is one part of the experience, but depending on how I feel about how it's made or constructed in a narrative or thematic sense, plays into it. We had a whole argument was about Primate. That's crazy. Primate is not worth that much words for a dumb monkey film where a bunch of stupid people get trapped in a pool for most of the film. That seems wild. So yeah. I'm also getting out. Yeah, I don't know why. That's not the film. I think someone should be like, and now we're gonna have an argument about a piece of media. Primate is not one of the pieces of film I would get into a serious conversation with someone with. I'm sorry. Oh, look, if they want to have a serious conversation about Primate, they can make the 2.5 hour YouTube video essay. You know, like I don't have any language for that. So welcome in, Shannon. Yeah. Like, a film can have individual scenes, or, like, it can do certain things right. It's just, like, it depends on, like, I feel like the more things it does right, the higher it's going up my scale. Like, if I feel a film is, like, well shot, well edited, it's got great performances, it's, like, got quality special effects, like, even if I didn't love the vibe or tone of it, or like I didn't really care for the story, it would be hard for me if it has that much stuff going for it to be like it's a 1 out of 10. You know, like when I think of 1 out of 10, if we're just like, you know, in fact, I don't even have to imagine what it's like to give things 1s out of 10s, because it's also, I don't know why, I was watching someone stream and I saw this. Okay, side note before I get into the thing I was currently talking about. Someone was watching the film Sleepover live on stream. I had never heard or seen of this film before. It has the most random cast of people. Evan Peters, that girl from the Spy Kids films, Jane Lynch, Brie Larson. It has the most wild out of pocket cast. When I look at things I give, okay, now back ratings. What is T1 given? What have I given a 1? I've given a lot of things a 1. Like, if we look at something like, I think it's really it's like evaluating what it does well and how much the things it does well matter in the grand scope of what's happening. I do truly believe that a film, it would take a lot, but a film can have like one thing that's so bad that it poisons the well of the whole film, but it would have to be particularly awful. I mean, here's a perfect example of like a film where it's like, I gave it a 1, even though I guess you could argue there are good things to say about it. Part of it is a subjective, like, how mad at this film am I? Because I felt personally attacked that they remade High and Low with Spike Lee. So that adds to me feeling like, is it a 1 or is it a 2? It's a 1 because I felt personally attacked. Yeah, it was a wild film. Jeff Garland, yeah. So I gave Alien Romulus a 2 out of 5, and he said I'm being too critical. Nah, Romulus, again, it's a matter of like how you're evaluating a thing. I personally disliked Romulus because it was just retreading a lot of Alien stuff. Like the fact that it's like, oh yeah, remember Alien 1? Well, we have to go back to this ship that's from Alien 1 so we can have the one character show up. Like I feel like, again, one lens to look at Romulus is like, how well does this compare to its most obvious influence, which is obviously going to be the original Alien film? Terribly. How does it compare as just, if I were watching this just as a random horror film that's not attached to a brand, would I watch it? And the answer is no. You know, it's like, I feel like the things that I score very low are things that when I put them through a wide variety of lenses or perspectives, it just keeps failing. You know? I think that's the fairest thing to do. It's like if I'm taking as many perspectives into it as possible and it's just failing a lot of them, I think that warrants the 1. Like when I get highest to low, it's a remake of a beloved film. It's terrible in comparison. It's also just terrible if you just pretend that doesn't exist or matter. Like if you just go, if I were watching this completely separate, would I like it? The answer is no, because it's got terrible acting. The story is incoherent, kind of, actually. Even though it's a remake of a film, it fucks up the story of the original in a way that it makes it kind of hard to follow or care about. He thought Bring Her Back was better than Weapons. I mean, I like both films. I think what did I give? I think I give them both like a 3 out of 5. They're both good. I think I probably would say Weapons is better than Bring Her Back, but they're both like well-made films. They both execute their vision very well. You know, it just depends on like what things do you value in a film and how much those things matter, and does the film do those things well or not. And I think for going a step further, just being critical of like what other perspective does this work in. Like I feel like that's look, Hush. Hush is a film I yell about a lot on stream. At least it feels like it, because since I saw this film, I wouldn't shut up about it. I don't know if you guys have heard of Hush. It's a home invasion slasher film. I calling it a slasher film is a little much, because he's like stalking this one woman. It's not like other people die. It's just he's harassing this one woman. But the twist is like, oh, she's deaf. And I feel like, again, it's like this film. People loved this film at the time, but I struggled from every point of view to like this. Point of view number one. Is it a good home invasion film? No, it's dumb and incoherent. Does the twist actually, the twist on the story matter? The answer is no. This is a film that I genuinely think would pretty much play out the same as if she was just a fully, if she wasn't deaf, the film would just go the same. So making her deaf feels like a marketing, she's deaf, and that makes this situation crazy, but the whole film plays out the same anyway. I feel like, again, I'm trying to make YouTube videos. Hush might get brought up because I feel like there are some horror films that at the time of their release got a lot of praise, a lot of love, a lot of respect that I don't think they deserve, and I just can't believe no one says anything. Like I've never found anyone who's like, yeah, Hush sucks. I'm like, it's always Mike Flanagan. Mike Flanagan is always, he's making such interesting horror films. Mike Flanagan is our new horror guy, despite the fact that he's never made anything watchable. How do you make Gerald's Game? How do you make a Gerald's Game? Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Look, we should all be critical. I'm a big proponent of, active engagement with the media you're consuming. I don't know how does a coward give this film a 6? We're giving Gerald's Game a 6. I need to get off my rings. I'm making lists. I'm supposed to be making lists. I'm supposed to be being like, hey guys, I'm making a list of things for media to consume, and here I am looking at my letterbox, looking at all the films I gave a 1 out of 10, aka a half star. How many films have I given the lowest rating? I've given 151 films, which is, how many films have I seen? Tell me how many films I've seen. Where's the thing that tells you how many films I've rated? 3,548. That doesn't feel like too many. Like, to have 151 half stars out of that, because I believe that the more extreme ratings should be rarer. I think that makes checks out. Like 151 out of nearly 4,000. I'm not handing out half stars to just everything I dislike. I mean, sure, yeah. 1, yeah. I feel like, yeah. 235 1 stars. A lot of what gets something the 1 star instead of the half star is just when I think about what's in the half star category and go, I guess it's better than that. And that's typically what gets it here. Is like, compared to what's over there in the half star, sure. I mean, I hated F1, but it's not Cats. you know, with Idris Elba. So I think that my biggest rating pool is probably 2.5. Like that's me saying that something is mid. I don't think it's trash, but I don't really think it's good either. It's like in that middle area. Probably. Like yeah, 2.5, 3 stars is about the range I think most films are. At least most films that I would watch. I'm sure there's like thousands of terrible student films I would never feel obligated to watch that are worse. That if I did watch them, would pad the lower half of the scale. But I don't watch those. So if okay, I mean Halloween Ends. I don't think I've seen Halloween Ends, but it looks like a bad slasher film. You know, like I wouldn't fault someone for being like Halloween Ends sucks. It looks bad. And now that we're here, what I should do first, I just want you to reset the thing. Um, genre. What we should first by genre. Let's start with fantasy films. I'm making a list of fantasy films for a reason. And oh boy, I can already see that I'm gonna have to debate bro them on some of these. I do not agree are I guess fantasy. Like, what are we doing here? I mean, I would say Prime. Look, again, I haven't seen Halloween Ends, so maybe Halloween, and maybe I'm just dunking on Halloween Ends too much. I can believe that Primate is better than Halloween Ends. If we're just talking about Halloween Ends, and to be, I was never big on this whole remake trilogy of Halloween to begin with. I was skeptical and not really loving it, the idea of it from the beginning. Like, okay, starting from the place of I already don't like slasher films. I do not have the reverence for the original Halloween that other people have. Some people think it's one of the greatest films of all time. I think it's got a neat soundtrack, and I guess you have to give it credit for, you know, kind of setting the standard for an entire subgenre. You know, that subgenre being slasher films. Obviously, it wasn't the first. People will debate about what the first slasher film is. Some people will tell you Peeping Tom, and some people tell you X, Y, and Z. But the first film that kind of popularized the genre is pretty objectively Halloween. Like, is it okay? You say is that accurate to the plot? Is the plot not just Michael Myers be killing people? Like, is this gonna treat it as though this film is not just him killing people? Does no one die in this? I mean, I haven't seen. I watched the first two of the Halloween remake films. Is it not that? So he's just doing a Jason Goes to Hell? Like, is this not a slasher film? Like, like I don't know what I haven't seen the film. I don't know what about this screams really drastically different. Like, it looks like it's trying to be a little bit more actiony, which I think is is a broad problem I have with these new Halloween films, is that they think they're action films, but I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something, but even based on just this, again, Halloween Ends to Primate. I mean, to me, I don't like any of these Halloween films, but that looks like more. Even with the additional, it's now passing on his evil. I don't know if that functionally changes as much. I don't see it. I don't see it. But I'm assuming this one was. Did people not dislike this one at the time? I'm sure they did. Yeah, people were not living at the time. Okay, well, Halloween Ends. What were the other Halloween films that were part of this trilogy? I mean, I guess no, I know one of them is Halloween. Like Halloween 2018. What was that? What was that like? People liked it way more. See, I think this is part of the problem, though. What did they see in Halloween 2018 that made them go, "Oh no, now it's bad"? 79 critics, 72 audience. Have they never? I have to assume that it's people who've just never seen a slasher film before, and there's a level of novelty to it because it's new to them. Because I would argue this happening is like, who are you? What person is watching Halloween 2018? I just think that this might be an audience media literacy problem. I think that this might even not even be the film's fault. It might just be they've got a media literacy problem. People liked Halloween Kills. I mean, critics did, which it's very funny. The audience score is almost double. Like, I don't. I guess I would have to ask. I did. People who were excited, like, usually when a film gets like stuff like Halloween Ends, like typically when a film series goes from overall positive to this, it's like people being like, "Oh no, this that really lets down the trilogy. I'm let down by the events." Like, what was the expectation? It's like is the expectation not that these are all dumb slasher films? Like, now part of me wants to watch Halloween Ends to be like, why did you people think that this was? Why did you think that this was worse than the other ones? They're all just slasher movie slop, are they not? I don't think that that's possible because all of the Halloween films are this level to me. I'm starting to think that it's outrage over nothing. I'm starting to think that the outrage might be disproportionate to what it is. But we'll get there. So why is this in the way? I keep looking over shadow over here, and I'm like, light, why are you in my face about it? I mean, do they? Because as I'm sure everyone knows, Rotten Tomatoes is kind of a wacky place for ratings for various reasons. Given its long history of what I would call the most the wackiest series of rules that any media aggregate site has ever had. Fantasy films? Let's just start with my rating highest. I don't know what I'm going to say other than, yep, and maybe this is a meme sound. Maybe I'm being a little presumptuous because I've never had that crazy a different stance on a film before watching it and to after it ever. Not really. It would have to take a lot to be like, oh no, it's not just, oh, it's just bad like all the other ones. It's particularly bad. But we'll get there when we get there. Nightmare Before Christmas, do we count this as a fantasy film? I mean, I guess there's like, again, I'm going from ratings highest to lowest. I gave this the full 5 stars. Like, there's clearly like a magical element, but when I think about it, I'm like I guess they live in a magic world. There's magic stuff in it. Fateful Findings. Look, I like to give I like to rate films that I think are so bad they're good really highly, so people go, what's going on without that rating? It's not fully working because some people are on board with it, but some people are like, no, it's actually bad. I have to give it the low score. I'm like, you're cowards. It feels like a 5 out of 5 in terms of I had fun watching it. Also, I do not like how Letterboxd doesn't let you watch the trailer. Letterboxd is such a frustrating website. Such a frustrating website. It's very fun. Would watch it again. Would I count this as a fantasy film? I mean, I guess he's got magic powers. We're going to try to knock through this list. Okay, Nightmare Before Christmas, Henry Selick. I guess I count it. I mean, I don't have to explain Nightmare Before Christmas, right? Even if you weren't a fan, surely everyone has seen Nightmare Before Christmas. I would find bizarre if someone, I guess my age, I guess if you're older or younger, like you're a generation above or below me, I guess it makes sense. But if you're like my age, you've definitely seen the Nightmare Before Christmas, right? Have I seen it? Yes, I have. It's like a musical animation. Like, I think more about it being a musical than I do it being a fantasy film, but I guess the story does have magic in it. It's just, I guess I never think about that. I never think about it. Fateful Findings is kind of in a league of its own. Okay, Being John Malkovich. Again, it's like it really is dependent on how much of a film you think has to be taken up by the fantasy part. What's that? Never heard of it. You're lying. I think I've literally talked to you about Nightmare Before Christmas. I mean, also things could be like multi-genre. Like they're like, I guess, like sure, but I just think of it as like a horror film first. You could argue there's fantasy stuff in it, but I think of it as a horror film first. I think that Letterboxd is just like, it has fantasy stuff at all, so therefore it's a fantasy film. I would just say The Lighthouse is a horror film. Being John Malkovich is also like, it's like a drama comedy with a fantasy thing in it. I don't. I mean, it's a great film. Being John Malkovich is a great. Being John Malkovich is a great film, but wouldn't consider it a fantasy affair. Princess Mononoke. Now we're in films. I've given 4.5. Talk about men. I loved it, but I'm one of those known freaks. I'd count Princess Mononoke hardly. Bright with Will Smith. Bright with Will Smith did suck. Now that you mentioned it, I guess I would count Bright. I've seen Bright. And now I would like to revisit that trauma right now. Again, this film has one of my I talk about it all the time. One of my least favorite things is we live in a regular world, but there's fantasy stuff. Like we're surrounded by Lord of the Rings type stuff, but we're just living our regular lives, doing our regular life stuff, and I hate it. You know, films like Onward, hate it. Yeah, hate Onward too for this. It's like the real world, but what if there was Lord of the Rings stuff, but they were still doing regular real world things, and I hate it. It's a weird half measure between regular drama and fantasy adventure that I don't care for, and I would prefer they just pick a lane. This film was awful, but then again, I'm also of the opinion that Will Smith has never been in a good film. So I feel like putting Will Smith in it is already like a mistake. Okay, I don't know. That's what I meant to turn up. Like, there's so much wrong with this. I don't need propaganda, but make it fantasy. Also, I don't know how someone sees this part from the director of Suicide Squad 2016, Fury, and End of Watch. Like, David Ayer should be stopped. Known slop enthusiast David Ayer should be banned from making films. Look, James Gunn makes certified normie masterpieces, you know? and people love him for it, as they should, you know? I'm gonna say, when I think of Dwayne Johnson, I mean, I'm talking about, like, obviously, like, Superman, his Suicide Squad, Guardians of the Galaxy, you know, films that are slightly better than the, like, DCEU slop. At least they accomplished what it was going for, and it wanted to be gross, so it did the thing, you know. That was terrible. I'm reminded of that film. This film is terrible. Why would it's going on the list? But it's going on the list to so I can be like, hey, did I rate it? I probably have. What did I give it? I've seen Bright, so I would assume that I have rated it. Gave it a 3. I might want to give it lower than a 3 out of 10 or a 1.5 out of 5. It's pretty garbage. I just think it's wildly misguided and kind of boring. And I hate David Ayer's, whatever you would call his aesthetic in filmmaking. Like, Bright is bad, but Bright is not the kind of bad where I'm like, man, what an affront to the medium. It's just kind of regular bad. What did I give End of Watch? Didn't rate it on here because I probably because what I did when I made a letterbox is that I imported all of my IMDb ratings, and this had to be a film that I watched after I did that, so I didn't think to manually come back here. But, like, I don't know, 2. It probably is his best film. Anyway, Bright. I Bright. It came out in 2017. No. Bright 2017. David Ayer. Bright Night for Christmas. Prince Mononoke. I've seen Prince Mononoke, obviously. It's a great film. Hayao Miyazaki's best. I don't have much negative to say about it. It's a great fantasy adventure film. The animation is peak. I guess a lot of Ghibli films would be eligible for the list for the things I'm doing, because Ghibli does work pretty heavily in fantasy. I mean, why am I getting messaged? Who's messaging me? Who's again, as always, people, it's like people wait for me to be streaming, and then they go, but now is my time. What do you want? Person who pinged me. That can wait. Your bat signal? Who's interrupting my kung fu? It's every like, sometimes I just play it off and don't even comment on it, but it happens every time on the regular show. I just casually look over it, and I usually assess quietly whether I should be responding to it now or not. But then I sometimes what happens is that when you hear me comment on it, it's because usually I forgot to mute my phone, and so I just hear the little ring that goes message. I'm like, well, you've engaged the ADHD. Hearing the sound is enough, which is why I typically just mute it. But sometimes I forget. First time this current version is gonna. Nah, that guy's a one-hit wonder. What is it? Something Kelly? Richard Kelly? Yeah, he makes garbage. Yeah, Richard Kelly made one film that was kind of a hit and then decided, you know what? What if the rest of my career was just a bag fumble? You know what? I've never watched Prince of Mononoke. I know this show's gonna have the English dub, but I've never actually watched it with the English dub. I've always seen the Japanese version. And I feel like I'm correct for doing this, as is often the case with the sub versus dub debate, is that usually the sub version is where it's at. Yeah, I just broadly, there's a lot of animes that I've never watched the dub for because it's like, why would I? And I was like, I've never been in a position where I'm like, yeah, the dub. But I will say, just out of curiosity, I'll talk about this with Hayden before. I did see both the sub and the dub for The Boy and the Heron. They were playing both in theaters near me. And I was just curious because this English voice cast was interesting. It had Robert Pattinson, Christian Bale, Florence Pugh, Willem Dafoe, Dave Bautista. Like, it seemed so random to me that I'm like, well, I have to know. And it was a mixed bag. Some people did fine. Robert Pattinson, pretty good. Willem Dafoe, pretty good. The rest of them range from mid to bad, if I'm just being honest. And some of it is just, I don't think they were given good direction in that vocal delivery. Because I think Florence Pugh is a great actor. She did not give a good vocal performance. And I think that it's just, what were they telling her to do? Because it's a weirdly nondescript performance for a pretty distinct and specific character. Also, Reverend, because I don't have alerts, I can see raid me. Reverend, I see the raid. Welcome in. Mwah. I'm making lists of fantasy films. How was the rest of your stream? Shout out to Reverend. If I can remember how to do a goddamn stream. Can I remember? Shout out to Reverend. If you're not following Reverend, longtime friend of the channel, longtime viber. He's been vibing longer than I've been alive, and that's how being older than me works. Have I seen Excalibur? No, I have not. Oh, well, I might have, the Excalibur, the animated film. Am I thinking of something else? Jada Pinkett Smith. Like I want to watch the dub for this because this feels crazy. This also feels like a really random assortment of people. You know, okay, honestly, I've seen this and it's a banger. So maybe we'll talk about that next. Again, if you have any guys suggestions, if you guys are like, you should do this, I'm gonna have to watch these. But I like keeping the list. You're giving me letterbox links, you degenerate. I think I've seen Page Master. It's been a while. Okay, first things first. Adding the thing we just watched. No K. I'll see. Hayao Miyazaki. It's a fantasy adventure film. Seen it? Yes. I have seen Wolfwalkers, and Wolfwalkers is great. Things first, okay. Excalibur. So I'll just, if you guys are suggesting things, especially if it's something I'm not sure I've seen or not. Excalibur, 1981. Just give me the trailer. And I feel like Wolfwalkers was unfortunate that it came out during the height of the pandemic, because I feel like I would have seen that in a goddamn theater if it wasn't 2020. You know, if they had picked any other year, you know. You saw 10 in IMAX. We count okay. Question: do we count? Like, I've seen Mad God. Do we count Mad God as a fantasy film? Like, I guess. Like, if we're counting just abstract worlds as fantasy, I guess. Like, it's a big thing. Like, I can see someone watching it and getting obviously fantasy elements from it. But it's hard when you're watching something that feels like you're not supposed to be taking it literally. Like, it's kind of abstract and surreal on purpose. So we're just saying, are we just saying abstract and surreal things just are fantasy? I don't know. I don't think I have seen this. Now that we're watching a trailer, all this trailer is in awful quality. What is this? 240? Surely we can get a better high quality modern trailer. Excalibur official 4K. Okay, wait. Did it in 4K? Did it in 4K? Director of Point Blank, Deliverance, and Zardoz is a crazy resume. It's very shiny looking. It's very, lot of reflective things happening. I mean, it's just the story of Excalibur. It's it's a pretty beloved. It's a retelling of the obviously the beloved fantasy story that everyone knows. You know. Hey, Gingerbeard Man. We're making lists. We're checking them twice, maybe. Arthur! I'll watch this. And apparently, I should. There's a 4K version, so they got the full restoration. Okay, where did I put it? Now I'm leaving dry. Where do I keep things? Where do things even go? They go over there. I see it. Adding it to okay, because I opened it in the weird. I opened it in the weird window for some reason, so I can't just go and watch list and John Borman Excalibur, 1981. We're adding it to the list. Excalibur 1981. Forgot this man's name. John Boorman, spelled Boor, man. And we're saying no. I have not seen this. As I mentioned earlier, but at some point during this month, there's two things I'm for sure watching for sure because I just need to get them over with. I'm watching the entirety of the Godfather trilogy. I don't know when. I don't know if I want to break it up in parts. All three Godfather films are getting watched, and I am definitely seeing the Lord of the Rings extended cuts. Just the Peter Jackson ones. I'm not watching the Hobbit extended. I'm not doing that. In OG Star Trek movies, I've only of the old school Star Trek films, I have only ever seen the first one. People think that it was Excalibur. What was the other thing? I'm scrolling back. Page Master. It's like a page. Have I seen Page Master? Why don't I just keep a window open? That's just like security check. What do you mean by gravitate? I wish it would stop saying that. It's like, what do you mean? What happened? Gravitational anomaly. What the fuck do you mean? Page Master? I vaguely remember this being a thing, but I don't think I've watched this. Page Master. I have not seen Wrath of Khan, despite the fact that I've seen 8 billion memes that reference the Wrath of Khan. I've never watched it. He's definitely going on a fantasy adventure. Macaulay Culkin. Some old guy. That's interesting because usually when I hear people talk about how when they meet William Shatner, they're like, he was a total asshole. Because usually that's how the story goes. I'm sure it would be. Page Master, we'll add it. We'll add it. I mean, okay. I love how I'm like, we'll add it, and then I immediately have to go like, what are we doing? What's happening? Page Master 1994. Who directed this? Two freaks with names that I'm just gonna copy and paste. The Page Master 1994. Then we go over here. We're making progress. We're slowly doing it. Master 1994. Those are people's names. He goes in a book. It's an adventure film, right? Like, he goes in a book. He's always booking. The voice of when we used to get into domestic disputes. Jim Cummings. To know who Michael Jordan is? Yeah, I know who Michael Jordan is. Okay. You know what? Aaron is roped. Don't worry about it. Aaron has just roped you into an ongoing meme. Aaron unironically asked me that. It's like, do you know who Michael Jordan is, right? And I lost my mind at him. That's what happened. That's what he's referencing. He is trying to get people in on this stupid meme where I don't know who Michael Jordan is. I do, because I don't know sports, and that was the bit. So he's like, oh, I don't know if T1 knows who Michael Jordan is. You've been caught up. That's essentially the meme. You've been fully briefed. So almost every cartoon character. I don't know that about. I don't know much about Jim Cummings. I guess Jim Cummings, the voice actor, which is legally distinct from Jim Cummings, the director. I don't know if they're related. They both have the same name. And something in my mind wants to go, yeah, same name, obviously related. But I don't know if that's the case. If the Jim Cummings from Thunder Road is related to Jim Cummings, the actor. This is about to get more wild. So I mentioned Wolfwalkers, which I have seen. But I might watch anyway on stream because I think it's great. And I think it's one of those films that I think people don't ever really think about because it's unfortunate. It came out during the pandemic. Like the height of it, the you better not go outside or else. And I feel like that hurt it a lot because I feel like if people saw this film, they would like it. Seen Little Monsters? I don't think I have. At least I don't know it by name. Little Monsters doesn't ring any bells. It's essentially the story of what if my daughter became a furry? And that's the film. What if my daughter met a furry and then she was like, you know what, furry stuff, that's pretty cool. It's also Irish. Be a wolf. My daughter's a furry, and I'm okay with that. Remember, it's got a very unique look to it that I like. Remember the Wolves, the Florence Welch song? Like, it sounds like, if it's not her, it's someone who's definitely been hired to do that. Song of the Sea is great, and well, I can't remember the name of the Secret Life of Kelis. Also a pretty good film. I like all of the animation studios, Cartoon Saloon. I like all of their films. I didn't see Brave, so I don't know if how accurate that is. I'll take your word for it. I didn't watch Brave, so it could be like if I watched Brave, I'd be like, oh yeah, that's definitely what it's like. I mean, look, I talk a lot of shit about post Wall-E Pixar because one should, but you get past Wall-E and there's problems with their resume. Coco definitely exists. I mean, The Good Dinosaur is like, what if we do Ice Age but bad? That is pretty terrible. Someone mentioned Little Monsters. Is this the film? I need to move the chat more here. I feel like I overextend looking at chat and I'm like, where the fuck do I? And I'm like, I can just move chat over here. Nope, not like that. Not like that, chat. Okay, I'm gonna move you there, and then you're going to be forced at gunpoint to move there. Howie Mandel, it's crazy to think that we ever let him be an actor. Also, movies are usually okay. I don't know if I said hi, but hello. What else was ready? Was it on Apple TV? Look, it is annoying. Look, when I watched it, I used it. They were like handing out Apple TV, like free month. This with their code, and that's how I saw it at the time. I was like, I'm not paying for Apple TV. I used the 1 month trial code thing at the time, and said, thank God I'm not paying for Apple TV. I'm not doing it. In fact, I don't think I've paid for a streaming subscription service in a long time. I used to. It used to be Netflix, but that was forever ago. That was pre-pandemic when I stopped doing that. I just feel like subscription services make me angry. That their existence, as time goes on, I just find more sinister and annoying and just anti-consumer. So I just don't. Little Monsters, we're adding that to the watch list. Okay, Little Monsters, not the 20. I forgot that it has the exact same title as the 2019. I've seen this one. Why is it not rated? 3 stars. It's perfectly good. Has the same title as this 2019 Lupita Nyong'o horror film, where it's like there's a zombie outbreak and she's like a teacher. And also 2019, Lupita Nyong'o was like, I'm going to be a big scream queen. She was in this and Us in the same year. She was trying, and we love her for that. I have seen Overlord. Adding this to the watch list. This is like a fantasy comedy. Like the setup for it is very fantastical in a way. Little Monsters, Richard Greenberg. Richard Greenberg. I feel like I'm glad you guys are here because I'll be honest. I think that I don't know if I've talked about this before, but fantasy broadly is a weaker genre for me in terms of my experience with it. Like, of course, there's fantasy stuff I enjoy, but I feel like compared to literally every other genre, people are always bringing up fantasy films I've never heard. Like, it's maybe is the most blind spot area. Like fantasy media, not even just in film, just in general, in all forms, television, books, games, just fantasy being an element at play is just a weak point in terms of like my experience. Where people seem like broadly not to struggle with this. It's like a comedy. It's like a comedy. There's I don't know. I try to like have this entire section that's just subgenre / other genres. Like, would you classify Little Monsters as like a comedy? Like, it's like a fantasy comedy, is what I got out of it. It feels like fantasy stuff is just there's just less of it because it's harder to make into other mediums. Like, there's a lot of fantasy books, right? But we see fantasy significantly less in film and television because I think it would just be expensive to do a lot of those ideas, which is why one of the only big budget fantasy things that had like a real budget, like a serious budget to handle the stuff, the special effects work, just the building of the world is like Game of Thrones, right? Game of Thrones is the most dope. I don't know, maybe the most. If we're talking about the whole show, definitely the most expensive like fantasy television thing that's ever existed. I guess we're looking at it as a whole. And it's like it takes so much money to like make things look good or even just like passable. Like prior to Game of Thrones, truly fantasy on television had a rough go at it. Like it was just the effects were not there. Just the general budget and time and care was just not there. Of that fantasy comedy, Monty Python and the Holy Grail. I need to blow my nose real quick. My nose is screaming at me. I will mute, and you will not see my face. I don't know. I have a weird thing about like being seen doing this. I could have just done it and not brought attention to it, but I'm doing it. I'm not walking. I'm just kissing the forehead. And there I was. And there I was. So I meant to do it earlier, but I mean, Peter Jackson. I'm putting this as a trilogy together. This is the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings trilogy. I'm just grouping them together. We all know what it is. And I guess I've seen the Hobbit. I guess the theatrical cut of these films. I guess I should mention. I guess I should put the Hobbit here. Peter Jackson. There's a lot of it. There's a lot of it fantasy adventure stuff. You leak the tapes. Well, you think I have 50,000? You picked the wrong person to extort. You need to reevaluate your life. You think I have $50,000 to just send you? I think you've made worse life choices if that's really where you're at. You're like $50,000 from that one black guy, sub 10,000 follower Twitch account. Does it count? I mean, it exists in a fantasy world, but I guess I just always think of that as a comedy. Like, yeah, there is fantasy stuff in it, but when I think of Monty Python and the Holy Grail, I just think it's a comedy. Yeah, you need my money specifically. Look, you're wasting several gigabytes on your some external hard drive. And I just pick better targets, I guess. A Neil McDonough film robbing T1. Who's Neil McDonough? Who's Neil McDonough? You see, like, I just see that. I'm like, who the fuck is Neil? Talk about Martin McDonough. I just hear mentioned as I just read it as a Neil McDonough. I'm like, who's Neil? Martin McDonough? That's what I'm like. I know Martin McDonough, but Neil, who the fuck is that guy? That's why I just read your message. I'm like, yes, Martin McDonough. We love him. We're forced to stand. Don't know if I think man. I guess is it again with men. This is the thing we have to talk about now. Is just when we're doing, especially like Charlie Kaufman films. It's like, is the fact that it's surreal make it count as fantasy? Like, if it's surreal and abstract, does that equal fantasy? Because I'm like, I would argue against this being fantasy. Like, and I don't think that every abstract, surreal thing should count as fantasy. Wild Horse 9 hype? I'm also looking forward to this and add it to my watch list, but now that you mentioned it, Martin McDonough doesn't miss. I think I've loved every single one of his films. And of course, my mouse dies, forcing me to go reach over and get to the plug-in because it's wireless and I need to charge it. And the one I need to charge it is now because I need to use my mouse. Fit into the slot. You're not gaslighting me. I have you in the correct way. You're just not accepting it for literally no reason. Okay, that was annoying. Yeah, Martin McDonough doesn't miss. Manchester Ed Sheeran, 3 Billboards, In Bruges, 7 Psychopaths. I also like his short film 6 Shooter. Manchester I gave a 9. Gave 3 Billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri a 9. In Bruges, which I've seen, which solid 8, strong film. Since I gave a 7, pretty good track record. I think the lowest score I've given Martin McDonough film, including his big breakout short film, is 7 out of 10. And at the higher end, we have I rate 3 Billboards was the closest he ever got to a 10. I remember thinking like, oh man, am I going to give this film a 10? And when I rewatched it, I'm like, you know what? That whole shot with the deer where that deer looks CGI, even though it was a real deer, it looked weird, and it's distracting enough that I said, no, you get a 9. And that's what happened. Great film otherwise. But yeah, I think that we're look, real film season's coming. We got, of course, Wild Horse 9. We got The Digger with Alejandro Gonzalez Iñárritu. But since we're here, I meant to do this yesterday, so I might as well just do this for you guys now and go over all these goddamn films for the rest of the year that I want to watch while I'm apparently making this list. I might as well. I was going to do this on stream yesterday. I just didn't because I things happened, so I just didn't. But if we're talking about things I'm excited for the rest of the year, things that are really on my radar. Throat. What's what? Throat. What's happening? My throat just was like dryness. For a brief second, I'm like, what's happening? As I was saying, if I'm just gonna go in I'll just go in alphabetical order. Have I seen Labyrinth? I should see Labyrinth because everyone always yells at me for it. That's a perfect film that I should be watching. Is it still called this? It might not be called. When I put it down, it was called after. Lars von Trier allegedly has a new film. So this might not even come out this year, but I go on such a journey with Lars von Trier. There are films of his that I love and films of his that I think are pretentious garbage. He runs the whole spectrum of master, genius, perfect film to me, and oh my God, who lets you make this? And so because of that, I'm interested. I don't even know if it's going to be good. It's just on my radar. Lars von Trier, for those of you who don't know, director of films like Dancer in the Dark, Dogville, Antichrist, Melancholia, The House That Jack Built, Nymphomaniac 1 and 2, Breaking the Waves, other things that I mostly have not seen. For me, when I think of his bangers, I think for me, I think his true banger films are Breaking the Waves, Dance in the Dark, Antichrist, and I don't know if I think Dogville's great, but I respect what they were trying to do with Dogville. But films of his that I can't stand, I mean, I don't know if you count them as one or two films, but the Nymphomaniac saga, hated that. That was garbage. Did not like The House That Jack Built. Did not care for this weird ass serial killer story where I reference this all the time. I reference this specific thing that happens in this whenever I'm talking about pretentious directors doing pretentious bullshit. There's a part where Lars von Trier is doing voiceover talking about controversial works of art through time that people just didn't understand, that are like that you know caused a lot of controversy, and he plays a fucking clip show of his own films in it, and I lose my mind thinking about it every time. It's crazy. And I feel conflicted because I think this film isn't good, but there are things in it that make me go, man, if we had just made the film this part and not all of your other bullshit, I would have been fine. Like, there is interesting stuff within this, but it's just drowning in Lars von Trier's nonsense. I think it's very well acted. I like the end, spoiler alert for the House of Jack built, when he essentially just goes into hell at the end. I'm like, that's crazy. But by then it was too little too late. We took too long to get there. But that segment is interesting and cool. Like, there's the individual things where I'm like, I like the vibe. I just think what he fills his films up with sometime is just irritating. Never heard of the guy. He's a big art house guy. He's a very controversial edgelord guy who once very infamously got banned from the Cannes Film Festival after they were doing a press thing, and he talked about discovering that he had Jewish and German ancestry, and he said, I guess I'm a Nazi. And then that joke went over so poorly he got banned. It went over so poorly they were like, you're gonna be banned for some time now. Is he better or worse than Chloe Zhao? I think he's significantly better than Chloe Zhao. Like, he's definitely an artist. He has like films I hate, but he's also like, he has. Look, I know some people hate this film. Some people hate Antichrist. I think it's great. I understand that it's not for everyone, but he legitimately has like artistic masterpieces that I'm like, I will defend until I'm in the ground. He just also has pretentious slob, and you've got to dodge. Don't watch Nymphomaniac, and don't watch The House Jack Built. And sometimes I'm like, don't watch Melancholia. Sometimes I don't know. There's great things in his films broadly, but it just depends on whether he decides to water it down with his nonsense. You know, Dance in the Dark, amazing film. Unfortunate that he was apparently an abusive asshole to Bjork, and Bjork so weirdly brought it up where she was like, I'm not going to say who, but I worked with a famous Danish director, and he was a complete asshole the whole time. And I'm like, Bjork, you were in like 3 films ever, and like there's the only Danish person you've ever worked with who was a director is clearly Lars von Trier. Like, why would she just not name him? Like, why would you say a Danish director? I'm like, what do you mean? You mean Lars von Trier? He's the only guy you could possibly be talking about. I get it. And I mean, Antichrist and Melancholia are part of his, Depression trilogy. And it's a very specific era of his films. And I get it. I do think they also get worse, because the Depression trilogy for him is Antichrist, Melancholia, and the if you count them as 1 or 2 films, the Nymphomaniac collection. And he was kind of going off the rails. It was definitely, at least for me, diminishing returns. And I thought Antichrist was great. But going from Antichrist to Melancholia, I'm like, we're really recycling some of your aesthetic choices too much. And then Nymphomaniac was also aesthetically, repetitive, and also a terrible story where I felt like bullshit was happening. It has Shia LaBeouf doing the worst British accent I've ever heard from somebody. Oh my God. Yeah, after I'm looking forward to, I want it to be good. I don't know. I don't know if Lars von Trier has the sauce, because the last 2 things he made, I did not see the sauce. You're probably Welcome Exploded. Also looking forward to the new Andrew Haigh film. I don't know why it's not on my watch list. This is a good time to just go over like things should just be in my watch list if I'm going to watch them. But I never remember to put things in the watch list on Letterboxd, because I always default to opening IMDb. I have watched none of the Kingdom stuff, but I should. I hear good things about season 3 in particular. I mean, I hear good things about all of it, but in particular, season 3 seems to have a lot of people really hyped. Well, I love how you're like, dang, ignored. Yes, I ignored you. I saw it, and I decided not to engage with the statement, what about the fantasy film 50 Cent Get Rich or Die Trying? I saw it and just went, not engaging. I saw it. Okay, Aaron, you're happy now? I saw it. Okay, I read it, and then you said, ignored, dang, and I went back and reread it. I think I already read before, and I ignored because I was like, I'm not engaging. I engaged. You got what you wanted, okay? I think you obviously know that 50 Cent Get Rich Trying is not a fantasy film. You're just saying it to waste space in my mind by having it take up space that would go to something else. Okay, there it is. I saw it, Aaron. Also, Werewolf. We'll go to Werewolf. I mean, I'm doing the alphabetical, but yeah, Werewolf, the new Robert Eggers film. I mean, look, there's no reason I can't just, if we're talking about films that come out, there's no reason I can't just do this. I'm just like pretty much just saying, here's a film that exists. I like Robert Eggers. Ooh, there's a poster. Red Wolf poster. Adding it to my watch list because it should be on my watch list because I like Robert Eggers. Robert Eggers. I haven't seen any of his short films. Maybe his short films aren't very good, but you know, I don't know if I would judge someone if their short films they made forever ago weren't very good. It's like your feature films are pretty great. So like, you know, also let me close this. Let me close. Okay, I love how. Okay, I love how we're closing some things. Some things are getting closed. What else? Nosferatu. The Witch. I like The Witch more than some people. The Witch is a great debut feature. You know, Robert Eggers, I think again, The Witch, banger. The Northman, it's good. It definitely felt the most like, okay, we can wrap this up. Like it's a good, well-made film that, in my opinion, just kind of drags its feet towards the end. But you know, strong performances. I kind of don't think its big action sequences broadly worked, but that might be a hot take. At least particularly the one where they're attacking the village and it's this big, long one shot where he's engaging with things in a very like clearly choreographed way. It doesn't feel like, I don't know, it didn't feel chaotic in the way that it was trying to be. It felt very choreographed, very, I stand here, then this thing happens, and it was like, okay. Like, it's weird that it's in this film. And a relative, like, it's also like an inconsequential action scene in the grand scheme of things, but I also should watch it. Maybe that's all what I'll do is that when it gets closer to when Werewolf is coming out in December, I'll watch his short films, just so I know. The Lighthouse, I of course love. I gave it the full 10 out of 10, the full 5 stars. I love it. Willem Dafoe was robbed of an Oscar nom. I truly believe that. I wish that the current Academy makeup that's horror films up there all the time was around when The Lighthouse came out. Because The Lighthouse, I would have given it so many things. I would have given it Best Picture, Director. I would have put up Robert Pattinson as well for acting, but I think Willem Dafoe genuinely should have been nominated and genuinely should have won. I genuinely think it's a career best for Willem Dafoe. I love the cinematography. I love the editing. I love the music. I love how great the special effects. I mean, it's filled with a lot of special effects work that is very subtle and it looks real and believable. It's great. It's great. It's got great atmosphere and I love it. Robert Eggers will always have my heart for The Lighthouse. And Nosferatu is also pretty great. And maybe this is just coming from someone who does not like the original Nosferatu. I don't. I think the original is like, it's like, ooh, we discovered that shadows exist and you can film those. I don't like it aesthetically. I don't like it narratively. I think this new Nosferatu blows the original out of the water. And that's my take. It's great. So obviously very high for Robert Eggers going into his new film. I think he's made good to great films. At least feature-length films, I can say pretty confident of the ones that have been released. So I'm looking forward to this. I think at the bare minimum it'll be good. Again, he's in his bag. He loves this kind of time period. I do think the cast is pretty good. I guess we have Willem Dafoe coming back. Also, Lily Rose Depp. She was great in Nosferatu. I don't know if she's that great in stuff broadly, but you know, I think her working with Robert Eggers is a clear winning formula. So I'm excited to see her in a Robert Eggers film because clearly she gave her all when she was doing it, her role in Nosferatu. You know, she was great. So I think it's a good pairing. If we're talking about levels of hype, I'm really high for this film. Again, I think it's coming from a director who's made good to great things, has a film of the year for me. Like, I think that The Lighthouse is my film of the year for 2019. So it's like everything's aligning. It's like he's doing he's in his bag. some of those things. What was I talking about before? I was talking about Werewolf. Let me just briefly go through other films. I'm just going to go back to alphabetical order. A Long Winter. This is a new Andrew Haigh film. Everyone mark it down. Andrew Haigh, our premier gay director man, whose films I enjoy a lot. Leon on Pete, 45 Years, Weekend, and All of Us Strangers. All great films. Yeah. I mean, look, it's early in the year, and usually, in my opinion, broadly the best films of the year just come out in the second half of the year because a lot of the, not all, but a lot of the best films of the year are at least attempting to get some awards attention, and you want to release towards the end of the year, so that way your film is fresh in the minds of the voting bloc because they saw it just recently enough, right? Which is why there's it's crazy that Wes Anderson gets any Oscar nominations because his films are always coming out in like March or something. I guess maybe it's a testament that Wes Anderson lives rent free in the Academy's mind. His films are always getting nominated, and his films are always releasing like so early in the year. Yeah, also Everything Everywhere All at Once. Yeah, broadly, awards contender films don't come out in the first half of the year, and even with Everything Everywhere All at Once, it re-released closer towards the end of the year, so they could be like, "Hey, remember us? We exist. We're here again." Like it is somewhat a normal practice if you think you can get more attention to like re-release your film. If it opened in the beginning of the year, re-release it again towards the end, just so it's gaining some traction. Which I think is what Everything Everywhere Once did, and some of the other films have done it before, like Arrival, when they're pretty sure they could garner some votes. I mean, there are definitely people who have worked the most consistently. There's not another person I think is like made as many films with A24 as the three people you've said. You know, at this point with Robert Eggers, it's, I want to say, is it 4 films with A24 now? Because I know he didn't do The Northman with A24, but most of his films are A24. Ari Aster, all of his films have been A24. If I'm not, yeah, all 4 of his, no, those 3 people have worked the most consistently with A24 for sure. 45 Years is a great film that I think no one ever talks about. Simple premise: a woman and her husband are celebrating 45 years of marriage, and he gets a letter that changes their relationship, and it is an experience. Charlotte Rampling deserved an Oscar, and I'm ready to die on this hill. Charlotte Rampling losing to Brie Larson is a crime. A criminal act that I will never forgive or forget about. Again, one of our premier queer, most of Andrew Haigh's films are very queer centric, like Weekend. It's messy gay dudes having all the feelings, and All of Us Strangers is kind of messy gay dudes, but also there's ghost stuff with the guy from Gladiator 2, Paul Mescal. How are they going to make that? I just feel like Elden Ring just shouldn't be a film, but we'll see. I mean, they could always surprise me, but I think that turning something that is so reliant on gameplay to work, because again, look, Elden Ring has a story, but its story is just mostly optional, mostly reading item descriptions, and I'm like, well, you have to do a lot of retooling if you're going to make that story work in the format of a film. Or like choose just what are you going to do? I guess you have to be real specific because there's no way they're covering the entirety of Elden Ring's lore. It's just they're going to have to be real selective about it. Look, I like Alex Garland broadly. You know, I like Alex Garland. So yeah, A Long Winter. I don't know what this is going to be about, but Andrew Haig, never pretty high on him. Broadly, Lovely and on Pete, 45 Weekend, All of Us Strangers. I didn't watch it because he did the TV show Looking, and then he made a film like finale to it, and I didn't watch any of that, so I don't know if that's good or not. But his other stuff pretty consistent. Doesn't have a bad feature length film that I've seen. It might be. We'll see. You know what? If we're gonna make Elden, you might as well have the biggest gamer of all time. Artificial. This is the Luca Guadagnino, who I love, known for like Call Me by Your Name, the 2018 Suspiria remake, which is better than the original, and I'm prepared to die on that hill. Queer, Challengers, I Am Love, a lot of great films. Some films I don't care. I didn't care much for After the Hunt, but you know, you're allowed to miss, I guess. Artificial is I guess it's a biopic. It's about OpenAI's CEO Sam Altman. Challengers deserved a lot. Challengers deserved fucking cinematography, editing, score. Challengers was getting robbed left and right. My favorite gay Italian man made 2 banger films in the same year. Could not secure a single goddamn nomination with either one of them. Bullshit. It's bullshit, Mark. I don't know. Do they just not like him? Do they just not like him? There's like, you've made too many weird gay stuff, and we're done with that. The gay era is over. So looking forward to what I wonder what Luca Guadagnino's take on. Would have to venture a guess that Luca Guadagnino is not a fan of AI. Something in my heart of hearts tells me that he's not a fan, and that he's going to be dragging Sam Altman through the mud with this, and that's going to be the film. Like, I would be surprised if any other thing happened. So that a guy who made the potion video wrote it. Those bastards not letting a YouTube guy getting his flowers. You know what? He maybe that's part of it. Like, on paper, okay, we're talking about 2024, right? He had Challengers and Queer, and the fact that he couldn't secure a nomination for either one is crazy. It's got, you know, it's like, it has a lot of things I think that someone in the Academy would appreciate. Especially Queer. It's a biopic based on a beloved book. I don't know. Do they hate Daniel Craig? Is that it? Daniel Craig's the lead. They don't like Daniel Craig. I don't know. Last time I checked, Aronofsky was. I don't know if that's changed, but last time I checked, yeah, he was still on board to do the Elon Musk biopic. I don't know what stage of production that's on. But I know for a fact that he cooled off on that for a bit because obviously he made a Caught Stealing. Untitled Elon Musk biopic. At least, you know, Letterboxd listed as a thing he's still doing. I want to see this. I don't know when this is coming out, but Daniel Craig's. They know the abrasive Nirvana needle drops. Those cowards. Does he? Oh yeah. How could I forget? There is a mark on Darren Aronofsky's. Well, he didn't direct or write. What is it called? It's not listed here on Letterboxd. What is that bullshit called? What is that thing called? What is it called? I'm gonna remember it. I'm not gonna look at chat. I'm gonna remember it in the format of discovering it by on this day. ... 1976. Yeah, this was terrible. And I gave it a 1 here on just principle. Doing this is a terrible idea. I don't even have to see your film to know that it's going to be this energy. And I like Darren Aronofsky. I don't know why he's, again, I've taught this before. There's a type of artist who's a very like, ooh, this new technology, I've got to explore it and figure out what I'm doing. I'm like, I don't know why you feel that way. And I'm holding everyone to the Guillermo del Toro standard of, I'm not doing AI and I'd rather take my own life than use it in any of my films. And I think that should be the standard. If you use AI in your films, you're an established, beloved person, you should definitely be forced by law to take your own life. I think we should start executing artists for wrongthink, is what I'm saying. It's like nothing we've never seen before, but it's AI, so it's like it's specifically. I don't even want to play it. I think you all know what it is. It's AI slop garbage, and it's like there's no way this is good. There's no way. I love how its tags on IMDb are adult animation, computer animation, animation. I'm like, okay, buddy. Yeah. So Darren Aronofsky, I think this is a miss, and I definitely would be real. I'd be real pissed and annoyed if I found out that he's using AI in his films going forward, because that would be too much. Don't do it, Darren. I will dock you points, and you know I'm a big streamer guy. If you mess with me, it's over for you. So stay in your lane, Darren. Okay, let me. Okay, look, I'm opening up to the stream just to see what they're doing, and I opened up the stream of Reddit and thought him talking about a fucking live action Disney thing again, and I am coming over here and keeping my stream streak, my watch streak going, but I am not hearing him fucking talk about the Little Mermaid live action again. I'm not doing that. He did Caught Stealing, yeah. Again, Darren Aronofsky, director, if you don't know, director of Requiem for a Dream, Black Swan, The Whale, Mother, Caught Stealing, The Wrestler, The Fountain, Noah. Maybe an upcoming Elon Musk biopic, we'll see. So Darren Aronofsky, in terms of like his films, I love his films broadly. I think he's pretty good. He has some films I don't care for. I am a known disliker of The Fountain, which I gave 2.5. I might want to give that lower because I do not like The Fountain. It's kind of pretentious garbage. And I feel like sometimes we say pretentious too much about when talk about media, but I really do think The Fountain genuinely thinks it's way smarter than it actually is. I genuinely think he was huffing his own farts when he was making it. And of course he made that weird Noah film where I need to go back and find the clip from this film of Anthony Hopkins blowing dust onto a kid's face. It's very funny. That's immediately where my mind goes. It's just that scene of Anthony Hopkins being like, whew. It's very funny. Darren Aronofsky has a weird filmography when you think about it. Like, there's a lot of on-brand, his like psychological fucked up story vibe, and also like, let's do Caught Stealing. He just gets a random intrusive thought. What about a Bible film? Like he gets really weird with it sometimes, which is part of why I like him. Which is why if he uses AI in a film, I'm gonna lose my mind. I really hope that he learns a lesson here and decides, ooh, no one likes this, and just keeps that shit in the drafts forever. And that's what I think should happen. Artificial, Luca Guadagnino, I'm a fan. Watching out for that. And okay, wait. Where's the? Okay, I'm gonna move that away. Because this little bar is. What is this? Also, new Pedro Almodovar. director of Pain and Glory, and also a director I genuinely feel like I like what I've seen from him, but I just don't think I've seen that much of his work. But I like what I've seen, and it feels criminal that I haven't seen more of it. Yeah, they released 2 different big budget Bible films in the same year. Crazy. 2014 was crazy. But of his films I have seen that I do like and give me good hope that he's a director I would really enjoy if I took a deep dive. Parallel Mothers, I have complaints about, but I think the weird borderline telenovela vibe, but taken sort of seriously, is an interesting approach, and I like that about Parallel Mothers. Its story kind of goes on too long, but a lot of hope there. I do like his weird gay short film with Pedro Pascal and Ethan Hawke. This weird gay cowboy short film. It's very funny. I enjoy that a lot. And Pain and Glory, I enjoyed. I think I would enjoy more on a rewatch, but it's a really great character study drama film. And so I've enjoyed his work so far, but I feel like I should watch something like The Skin I Live In. I think I would really like The Skin I Live In. Yeah, and I started to watch, what was his 2024 film? The Room Next Door. I've been saying I've been going to watch this for years now. For years I've been saying this. Another film I think I would enjoy. I'm adding to the watch list. I really need to watch more of his films. Again, I've enjoyed that's why he's on the list of like Bitter Christmas was like a film I think I'm gonna like. He's like, I've got a good vibe. I just need to catch up on him. You know? I just need to catch up on this man. I really want to watch The Skin I Live In. I really want to watch it. There's allegedly a Community film coming out based on the TV show. That may or may not happen. I don't know. It's been a while since we had an update about that, so I don't even know if I feel like I need to bring it on the screen. That's a thing they said they were doing, so either do it or don't. Cry to Heaven, new Tom Ford. New Tom Ford, excited about this. Tom Ford is kind of 2 for 2. He's only made 2 other films. Also, fashion guy, Tom Ford. Known for fashion, but also 2 really banger-ass films that I love. A Single Man and Nocturnal Animals. Both very visually appealing, very, very smart, intimate stories. Yeah, he's like, look, if that's what it takes, he's going to make 1 film a decade, and if it's going to be a banger like these, very excited. Again, 9 out of 10 for both of these. They were both kind of 1 or 2 things away from being a full 10 out of 10. And sometimes I really think about going back with A Single Man and being like, no, you're the 10, actually. I think about it sometimes. It's great. Love the sort of like use of saturation to sort of get you in sort of the mental state of characters. It's interesting. It's a very strong visual choice that doesn't come off like a dumb gimmick. It feels like it actually adds to the experience. And I love both of these films. Nocturnal Animals is fucked up. It's multi-layered, multifaceted. Amy Adams should have been nominated for this over her performance in Arrival. But they won't do it. They won't honor her. So, Cry to Heaven. I'm interested. It's got Adele in it. Singer Adele is going to be in this new Tom Ford film. We're about to see if Adele can really act. Is a thing we're about to discover. We're going to discover is acting one of the things. I hope so. I hope I watch that and I'm like, damn, give Adele an Oscar. Is what I hope I say. You know? I hope that's what I'm saying. I'm like, damn, Adele, you're 2/3 of your way to being a triple threat. I don't know if she's ever getting the dancing one, but she could potentially get 2/3 of the way there. 2/3 is pretty good. You know that Adele also, I think I've mentioned this before. You know that Adele is 1 thing away from being an EGOT, getting an Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, Tony. The only one she doesn't have is the Tony, which I feel like if we had Adele in a musical, it would be a wrap for her. They would just give it to her, surely. Adele in a musical, it would be over. They would EGOT her on the spot. Again, Tom Ford. It's crazy that Tom Ford essentially makes banger masterpiece films on the side. He's like, I'm done doing fashion stuff for now. It's time to make a lasting artistic experience in the form of film. It's crazy. Both of his films are great. He genuinely very excited for Cry to Heaven. Also, In the Gray. I don't know if I've heard In the Gray. What is In the Gray? A thing I will look up right now. In the Gray. Obviously, you don't mean The Gray. Obviously, we're not talking about the Liam Neeson film from 2011. Clicking the 2016 one. Oh, you're talking about the Guy Ritchie film? I don't know if I've ever been excited for a Guy Ritchie film, if this is what you're talking about. I don't think I like Guy Ritchie. I think that's what it is. I don't, maybe, I'm going to click on his name. Have I really loved a Guy Ritchie thing? I don't love Snatch. Snatch is fine. I don't particularly love it. Did not see the 2019 Aladdin. He just makes a type of film I never feel like seeing. Sort of like sleek action thing I just never feel like watching ever. Not exclusively, but a lot of his films are that like, ooh, ensemble piece action thing, and I just don't care. Like, he's not a bad filmmaker. And if anything, I would say that on a technical level, very good filmmaking, broadly. I just feel like he makes stories I just struggle to care about. And I also don't like the sort of, like, watered down... it's not in every of his films, but, like, the watered down, like, MCU quipification. That kind of... It's very subtle, but it's there, and I don't like it. I don't like the... I don't like the, like... I wrote a funny thing, and that's the characters are doing the little finger guns. I don't know. He's not there. You could definitely do worse than Guy Ritchie. Anyway, I'm gonna get through this list, and we're gonna finish this list to get back to the other list. Digger, the new Alejandro Gonzalez Iñárritu film. It's my watch list and the activity feed is gonna be crazy for some people. Like, why did he decide on this day to add all these films to his watch list? Only people at the stream will know. Of course, Alejandro Gonzalez Iñárritu, bangers, Birdman, The Revenant, Amoros Perros, Babel, 21 Grams, Beautiful, Bardo. He makes pretty exclusively great films that leave a strong impact on me. And with Birdman, I would call Birdman the full 10 out of 10. The full 5 out of 5. Michael Keaton was robbed. And I will keep saying it until they reverse the decision. I remember, yeah, they love him. Like, a real threat for best director already going into the next award season. They were like, you made a weird VR. What was it called? Here it is. It's called Flesh and Sand. They gave him an Academy Award for this weird art installation VR thing. They were like, it's a technical achievement. Hand that man an award. He's a real threat. They like him. I feel like they're gonna give this man at some point that third Oscar for directing. Again, big fan. I will always talk about how The Revenant's a great film. But I will always talk about how there was that elderly Japanese couple sitting in front of me recapping parts of the film in the early part of it when I wanted to go see it in theaters. And this film was such a banger that I still thought it was a great theater going experience. In terms of experiencing the film, it just, once they stopped talking, it was they just blew me away. So, I don't know. I don't know. The Revenant's great. I know that there's some detractors of The Revenant, and it's kind of a meme film for some people, but I I loved it. I was floored. They got me, okay? The long shots got me. Leonardo DiCaprio got fucked up by a bear. It got me. The look, the vibe, the tone, they got me, okay? They got me. They should have nominated the bear for best bear in a film. Okay, I'm gonna play a trailer for this because this already came out in theaters recently, but I am very curious about the drama, which is a new film from what is that director's name? They did Dream Scenario. Christopher Borgli, and I've been meaning to see Sick of Myself, but I loved Dream Scenario. So a little bit of hype there from Dream Scenario, but I really want to watch Sick of Myself. I watched the trailer for this. This looks crazy, and the thing I think I would very much get into. So the drama, I'm gonna watch the drama in theaters. Maybe I'll watch it this week. It came out I want to say on the 3rd in theaters. I really want to get into the drama. Again, part of what I like about Dreamstar is the screenplay. The screenplay is a very interesting idea that was very well executed. So I'm actually curious to see what the thing is. We're gonna watch the trailer for it. If you don't know, there's a thing, and I'm I want to know what it is. I want to know. I want to see how it impacts this relationship. Also, let's talk about up front. Zendaya. I like Zendaya. I know some people are Zendaya dislikers. I like Zendaya. Broadly, I think she's a strong actress. She could do with more crazy eccentric roles, but she's a pretty strong actress to me. Robert Pattinson, been loving Robert Pattinson for years. Pattinson was the best actor in the Twilight movies. That's probably true. He was he wasn't amazing, giving a 10 out of 10 amazing performance. But I was there was some sauce there. It was this much, but it was compared to what other people were doing. I like how the vibes are clearly bad. There's bad vibes are happening, and it's derailing everything, which is kind of what happened to Dream Scenario, which is why I like Dream Scenario. It's it establishes a thing, and that thing just kind of derails in very interesting, creative, and very thought-provoking ways. I don't have any other shit, but I'm intrigued. I think if this film sticks the landing, I like this director writer. I like these lead actors. I like the look. I just want the bad vibes to be substantiated. That's what I want, and that's what I got out of Dream Scenario. Bad vibes, but that's what made it interesting. So this is on the list. Of course, I don't. Do I have to talk about Dune Part 3? I'm also gonna watch Dune Part 3. I'm not that excited about it. I just want us to be over with Dune, but I liked Dune Part 2, and I hope we can close this one out. I don't know. That's what I want to experience. I want to know what it is. I want to know what it is. I hope that whatever it is crazy enough to justify making it the main conceit of the whole film. The whole thing they kind of have to deal with. She's like, I did 9/11 by myself. And she explains in graphic detail how she committed 9/11. And what could it be? I hope it's crazy. I'm going to watch it in theaters. In fact, I'm going to look up right on the side. What's the available time to watch it? I want to know. Because I know it's in theaters. It's playing in a theater near me. That's what I'm going to find out right now. I do want to see it. I know that it came out in theaters on, I think, on the 3rd. Okay, and that's not my theater. You got to pick the theater there. Okay, no, I don't want to see fucking the Super Mario Galaxy. Just give me films. What's coming out? Thursday. Maybe Thursday is a good day to go see it. It's playing on Thursday. Because it's all playing on Wednesday too. It's not playing on Tuesday or Monday or Tuesday here, but they're saying Wednesday, Thursday might be the best day to watch it. Also, like, what is all this other slop that I do not want to watch? Hoppers or Goat or the Super Mario Galaxy film or whatever Yumi and Tuscany is. Whatever that garbage is, I don't want to watch that. It looks awful. I'll think about it, but it is playing. It is playing. Oh, also, I guess it's getting is this getting a full release or a limited release? Because it doesn't seem like it's playing. At least at this theater, it might be a different theater, but at this theater I'm looking at, it's not playing after Thursday. At least it's not on the schedule. I don't know. So Thursday might be the day I watch the drama. Excited, interested, engaged. I mean, what's about Dune Part 3? It's Dune Part 3. I want the Duneverse to be over. I don't know what else to say. I just want Denis Villeneuve to just make this and not get trapped into making Sons of Dune and just move on to something else. You know, I just want him to move on. I just want him to move. I just want him to move on. I hope the film makes so much money that it justifies him doing whatever he wants. They're like, oh man, this film made $3 billion. Make whatever you want, Denny. And he uses that to make something great. Do not, he better, if they better not, look, he better not say yes to a Children of Dune. He better not. The Entertainment System is Down is a new film from Ruben Östlund, or however you pronounce this Swedish man's name. He did Triangle of Sadness, which I loved, The Square, which I liked, Force Majeure, which I loved. I love his like very shady, critical point of view. I think it's really the writing that sells his films. I love the Triangle of Sadness, The Square, Force Majeure. Prisoners 2, you better not make Prisoners. We should never make Prisoners 2. So equal to Arrival, Departure, nope. No, stop making, he doesn't, look, we need to get our beloved directors off of franchise slop, okay? And he made a good Dune film. Okay, Dune Part 2 is good, bordering on great. But I want him to just move on. So I hope Dune Part 3, it's a great film. It makes a lot of money and he moves on. And doesn't get trapped doing Dune for like how James Cameron is caught doing Avatar forever, you know? I know some people hate Triangle of Sadness. I love it. I think it's great. It's one of my favorite screenplays in recent memory. So I'm interested to see what like the story of the entertainment system is down. Considering that the little synopsis for it is just saying set on a long haul flight where the entertainment systems fail, an eclectic group of international passengers are forced to face the horror of being bored. I mean, I'm in. I like the writing. So I'm like, how is he going to make this interesting? Bond 26, that's probably going to be slop. I hate that for him. The people actually like the Bond films, or are people just gaslighting me when they say they like it? Because sometimes I feel like I'm being gaslit about Bond being a thing I should care about. And no one has ever substantiated anything about it that I find interesting. Like, again, Casino Royale is a normie masterpiece. You know, normies like Casino Royale, and that's fine. It's a perfectly good film. It was the Sinners of its time, I'm sure. Like, whenever I run into like people who are really into Bond, again, this is just in real life, anecdotal, my own personal experience, I just don't get the vibe that they really care much about the artistic output of these films. They're just like, I like spy stuff, and that's it. That's pretty much it. They just like spy stuff. So if they're into Bond, there's a lot of films to engage with like spy stuff. It's gonna be crazy. That's the thing. Is like, having Keanu Reeves is like the concerning thing, because I'm like, Keanu Reeves, no. But I trust Ruben Osterlund. Like, I hope whatever it is that he's just well cast. You know? Because he's like the one acting inclusion that I'm like, ooh, that could go poorly. For James Cameron's film this year, I don't think James Cameron is releasing a film this year. But what could you possibly be talking about? I want to watch Fjord. However you pronounce this film. It's a new film from Christian Mengau. However you pronounce that man's name. He directed a film called Graduation, which I loved, thought was a banger. Okay, so I thought you meant a real film. I thought we were talking about a real film coming out. That's what I'm sorry. I guess if we're just counting anything anyone releases, I guess I forgot about the Billie Eilish concert film. My bad. How could I forget? How could I forget about the Billie Eilish concert film? How foolish I was to forget about it. My mistake. Graduation is pretty great. Very fucked up, disturbing character drama. And I hope that this new film is filled with that. This is also some of these don't have trailers, but I think this next thing definitely does. I remember there being a thing for this. I might play that. Godzilla -0. Are people excited for that? I forgot this film changed titles. The End of Oak Street, I'm looking forward to. It's been so long since I've updated this list that it was used to be called Flower Vale Street. It used to be the name of the film. I'm changing that now. Because I have my notes here. And I'm like, that's not the name of the film anymore. That's not the name of the film. He's the director. Their director is David Robert Mitchell, who, if you know him for It Follows, and I think his underrated Under the Silver Lake, a film I think people genuinely did not understand at the time. I genuinely think at the time so many people were like, I don't think he's unlikable. I'm like, yeah, that's the point. What do you mean? It's like one of those films where when people were talking about it at the time, it's like they didn't know what film they were watching. I like It Follows. I like this. And The End of Oak Street is his new film, which I think has a trailer. If I'm not mistaken. There's a trailer, and we're watching it. I don't think this is going to be a gang movie, given his track record of making, like, horror and character-driven comedy. I do vaguely remember seeing the trailer for this with Aaron. We don't like J.J. Abrams' name. Keep his name off of the thing. Oh my god, what's in my eye? I need those to watch things. Also, Anne Hathaway's having quite a year. Like, Anne Hathaway's like, I'm back, and you can't stop me. Yeah, I can see that, and that's what I don't want. If this reveals it's connected to Cloverfield, I'm going to lose my mind. You're going to see in the Discord the most aggressive amount of rage posting in the film and TV channel. If I find out that this is connected to Cloverfield, I will lose my mind. And it won't be good. Even if I enjoyed the film up until it reveals that it's in the Cloverfield universe, I genuinely, that would be the thing. Please just be separate. Please don't stop trying to make Cloverfield happen. And I like David Robert Mitchell, so I really hope this works out for him, but I'm scared. J.J. Abrams should have kept his fucking name off of the thing. Also, if he's still planning to make They Follow, a sequel to It Follows, so whenever that was gonna be his next project until he got caught up doing The End of Oak Street. So maybe in the near future, They Follow. Yeah, and in fact, we'll skip to the other big Anne Hathaway thing. I mean, she's in multiple things. In fact, on my list, I think I have Anne Hathaway fucking 3 times. At least. I know she's in more things, but like there's 3 things that I'm looking forward to that just happen to have Anne Hathaway in them. Yeah, she's in The Odyssey, but she's also in this film that I want to see called Mother Mary. From my boy, David Lowery, fans rejoice. This is the thing. He's weird in that there's times when I'm like, wow, you're so great. You're making a true banger. And then he's like, I'll make Pete's Dragon. And the main thing driving my excitement I have for Mother Mary is A Ghost Story. A film I should probably give a higher score than a 7 out of 10. Really a unique experience. And I will forever talk about the scene where Rooney Mara eats an entire pie. She like cries and eats a pie in one take. And I think about how many pies did she eat? Like if they do that take multiple times, did she just eat an entire pie every time? Do they prepare pies for her to eat? Because it doesn't look like it's like a fake like digital effect. Like she looks like she's just like eating a pie. So if they have to do that one take where she eats the pie in one long take, if they do that multiple times, like how much weight did she gain doing this one scene? I don't know. I don't know. I just like thinking about it because it's different. To her credit, it's a very emotional scene where it's highly effective because she communicates all the emotion of her character without talking. She just eats the pie. She's just crying and eating the pie, and it's this whole very sad scene. And it's like, oh my god! And it's like, but I just can't stop thinking about the logistics of getting that scene together, and if they had to do a retake. If they had to take it, like, that was good, Rooney Mara. We're going to do the same scene again, but now we're going to do it from this camera angle. Like, I don't know. It's funny. It's a great film. It's part of what I call the we're not like the other girls doing ghost films. You know, like we're doing something edgy and subversive with the ghost thing. Not sad enough. You can eat more of that blueberry pie. More pie root. Look, really get in there. Why do you direct someone doing that scene? You're like, okay, eat that pie, not that fast. Like, what is the direction you give someone? Where it's like you're crying, you're eating the pie. Like, what do you do? You're crying, you're eating the pie. You know. But David Lowery. I mean, some people like the Green Knight is okay. I don't hate the Green Knight. It's not what I love about David Lowery, but it's good. And now he's deciding to do freak shit with Mother Mary, which is one of the Anne Hathaway films. Anne Hathaway's like, I'm gonna be fucking everywhere. Yeah, can we slow down the crying from this eye from this angle, please? Thank you. Action. Like, what is that conversation? So this film is Mother Mary, and Anne Hathaway is like, you can't avoid me this year. It's impossible. If you're a film fan, I'm gonna be unavoidable this year. Is Anne Hathaway really turning 50? She looks perpetually in her late 30s. Like, if she's turning 50, she's aging gracefully. Not true. Is she not 50? She's 46. Good for her though. She's still older than when I look at her, I do not see like even her in her 40s, honestly. So good for her. 46. Keep it up. It's not a ghost story. Aaron, I don't believe that. Aaron, respectfully, that is not true. If I had you side by side, I would definitely think you're closer to 50 than Anne Hathaway. There's no way. There's no way. You look like an elderly dwarf. And I mean that respectfully. I don't know if yeah, what I'm saying is that if I were looking at you, I don't know if I would feel like side by side if I didn't know. I would guess that you're younger than Anne Hathaway. Is what I'm saying. Like, I know the ages. I'm just saying when I'm looking at you, but maybe that's just me. Look, I don't know. Dwarves look anywhere from like 40 to like 60. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in this one, but I'm into it. I like the ghost story. I don't know if I'm like a big Anne Hathaway enjoyer, but she's good. I definitely think there's a bare minimum of like good I get from her performances. Of course, The Odyssey is on the list. We've got to watch a Christopher Nolan. We have to. No, I clicked The Odyssey. We all know The Odyssey's happening. It's Christopher Nolan. He's doing it, everybody. I'll watch it. It's also we're getting. Also, I didn't think about it. This is also we're getting a lot of Robert Pattinson. Robert Pattinson's in the drama, The Odyssey, and he's going to be in Dune Part 3. So get Robert Pattinson fans, rise up, because you're going to have to see him. You're going to have to. If you're a film, it's a requirement. You're going to have to see one of those films. It's The Odyssey. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Matt Damon being the lead, but whatever. A lot of Rob, a lot of Zendaya. Yeah, Zendaya. She's in Dune Part 3. She's in the drama. She's in a Spider-Man. Was she in anything else? I know that she's in the new Spider-Man film. She's in Dune Part 3, and she's in the drama, but I don't know if there's anything else in addition to that. And of course, we're kind of all her projects. Oh, she's also big popular show Euphoria season 3 is happening. Hunter Schafer is also a Hunter Schafer year. We love that for her. And I like Hunter Schafer. I don't know if I've seen some of her takes online and like that's a little wacky, but as an actor, I like her. Also looking forward to Parallel Tales, new Asghar Farhadi film. He's an Iranian director whose films I haven't seen all of his films. I've seen A Separation, The Salesman, A Hero, Everybody Knows, and The Past. All pretty good to great. He definitely knows how to build a story and end it on like a very poetic, tying things together kind of way. The only exception to that maybe being Everybody Knows. Without spoiling it, there's a thing that happens at the end that I think is baffling. That is just, okay, surely we can't end the film here for X, Y, and Z reasons. And then it just kind of ends. And I'm like, that's crazy work that they ended the film. Considering that it feels like there's important, notable threads. It doesn't feel like it's a film that's like, oh, we're doing the ambiguous thing of like, you have to interpret what's happening. It's like, no, there's a very clear series of events that should just happen as a result of the thing. But they just don't do it. And it's a good film otherwise. Like it just ends in a very weird place to me. We'll get to a Resident Evil. I will say Asghar Farhadi was in like a little bit of a legal fight. He was accused of plagiarizing a thing that ended up being this film a hero that I did not keep up on, but he was accused of some stuff, accused of plagiarism. But it was like the thing that he was accused of plagiarism. It's like a. It's not like it's a book or a story. It's like someone's coverage of a journalist's coverage of a thing. And I don't know how that worked out. I remember it being a thing that happened when this film came out, but I don't know what the resolution of this was. And depending on how that resolved, if he was innocent, it's all fine, I guess. If he wasn't, then maybe I just committed digital crime to watch Parallel Tales. I don't know. A series of intertwined stories about the November 2015 Paris attacks is a crazy synopsis, is a crazy little blurb here. But it's got one of my French girls, Isabelle Huppert. Love her. She's great. Forced to Stan. And I like Vincent Cassel. And that's mostly it. Those are mostly my thoughts. I don't think there's anything out for it because it's one of those films that's probably waiting to be played at a con. So, get this, get that off the screen. Get some of these things off the screen. There's too many things on the screen. I mean, I'll watch the. If I don't know about the Resident Evil thing, I'll watch it. I don't know if like Zach Krieger demands a level of hype yet. And I think whether he does or does not is going to be kind of dependent on whether Resident Evil is good or at least very engaging in some meaningful fashion. Because I very infamously did not love Barbarian. I think Weapons is very good. So if the new Resident Evil film is also very good, I feel like it's like, okay, the hypes, we could start being hyped going forward for this film. Like, I'm interested. I want to see what he does with it. Of course, I messed up my order. Because I would just started playing all the things that had goddamn Anne Hathaway in it. This is like, I don't know if him being a fan or doesn't matter. I just feel like it depends on what the vision is. And I do think that if we're being fair, I think that there's a lot of directions he could take it that would probably be fine. Like, Resident Evil is not a very. It's not known for its story. You know? I mean, in theory, it helps. It depends on what he's going to do with that information. Like, he could be a big fan and be like, oh, yeah, I'm a big Resident Evil fan. Also, favorite Resident Evil game, Resident Evil 5 and 6. I'm like, okay, well, I don't know. I think that he will probably do well. Like, again, Resident Evil's not a franchise known for its storytelling. So we can kind of just take the story wherever. And it will probably be fine. Danny Boyle has a new film called Ink, which I'm only excited about because I kind of liked his directing on 28 Years Later. Here's the thing. Look, I've never watched the Halo TV show, but it's like, I do think you could not be a fan of a thing and make a good thing out of it. Like, again, I'm sure when you look at the Halo thing, it's like there's numerous problems on a filmmaking level. I mean, obviously on a narrative level. I think it's possible. Like, obviously, I think that you should probably know the thing you're making. It would help, It would help if you just knew what you were making. I mean, we will see if Zachy Krieg's Danny Boyle's kind of all over the place. But now that I'm looking at his filmography, I have like all over the place thoughts about Danny Boyle. This is a bunch of other stuff I don't think counts, but he did, of course, did 28 Days Later, which I love and think is great. It's iconic. It's great. Love it. 20 Years Later is pretty good. Not as good as 28 Years Later, but still solid. Of course, everyone loves Train Spotting, as they should. I don't know why it's not rated on IMDb. Given an 8 out of 10. Strong film. Slumdog Millionaire is a meme. Yesterday is bad. I don't know if you guys remember the film Yesterday, where it's like, ooh, what if we didn't? I guess I'm gonna go in a rant about this film again. I'm gonna have to yell about this film again. I like Danny Boyle overall, but this has to be the worst thing he ever made. What if the Beatles didn't exist in this timeline? A guy tries to become a big icon playing Beatles songs, but he's like, "Oh, for some reason, I'm in a universe that where people don't know what the Beatles are, but I know who the Beatles are." And it's like, I think there's obvious problems with his rise to fame as like, I'm doing Beatles songs. Like in 2019, my guy, like there's no way someone would become a big sensation doing the Beatles in 2019. The cultural landscape is different. The musical landscape is different. We have in real life Beatles tribute acts, Beatles like adjacent acts that are just not filling out stadiums. It's just not a popular vibe or sound or approach to music. I mean, the Beatles are as a musical act are definitely like their place in history is important. Their impact and influence is important. Is it a sound I personally vibe with? Not as much, but like, like the Beatles as an artistic project broadly kind of popularized the idea of pop music being art. Because that's what the Beatles kind of are. They're a rock band loosely. They're a boy band pop act that did some artsy stuff for the time. Yeah, it takes place at a time where, like, again, in the film's universe, it's 2019, right? And so they're like, "Oh, he's doing the Beatles songs. He's blowing up." I'm like, what do you mean? We live in a universe where the most profitable time to do that was truly for one to be a star was in the 60s, 70s, and they're acting as though like if someone just did the Beatles now, they would become a big act. Like, no, they would not be. We already know how that plays out. I don't know why this film just isn't taking place like in the time period where the Beatles were the most relevant. Like I got traveled to a different universe back to like 1960, and oh, this universe the Beatles don't exist, so I'll just take over that mantle at a time where it would have possibly been. I don't know. It's weird that they're like, yeah, 2019, he just took all the Beatles songs and he just became a big guy in the scene. It's crazy. Like again, this is the problem. Is that this film has no self awareness about how this comes off, and also in addition to the Beatles not existing, it doesn't really try to address this meaningfully. But it goes like, oh, there's other things in this little time switch universe, whatever the thing is that causes the events to happen. Like it's not just the Beatles don't exist, but other things don't exist in the universe. And I'm like, well, how do you handle that? It barely handles the Beatles not existing well, and then it just hints at other things that don't exist. I'm like, well, that's crazy. It's crazy how little thought was put into the idea. It's such a, and I'm gonna yell and I'm gonna spoil alert for this film. They don't resolve the fact that he switched the universe over, or like the universe, some universe switch happened to him, I guess, where the Beatles don't exist. It's a thing they never resolve. They never do the, like, you think obviously he's going to be like, he learned some lesson and it's like, now I've got to revert to a time. Now we've got to turn to my time where the Beatles do exist or something. That never happens in the film. He just gets to keep going on with this universal switch thing where he's some famous pop act. And he never really meaningfully has to address that he just took all of the music from the Beatles. It's crazy. You would think the thing's gonna be always gonna return. Things are gonna snap back to normal. He learned some lesson about like not taking this, not plagiarizing the work of the Beatles or something, and then he goes back to the regular version of the universe. Doesn't happen. He just gets to continue in the universe with this switch happening. Yes, he does. He never really has to meaningfully address. He admits to the girls like, yeah, I told these songs, but he's admitting to a girl where the Beatles never became a thing. And it's like, that's crazy, my guy. But it's like, it's crazy that the film never thinks like, oh yeah, he's going to have to pay for just plagiarizing a thing. And when I say the Beatles don't exist, there's an important distinction here. The Beatles never became a band and toured the world and had their big poster moment. But the people in the universe, it's implied that the members of the Beatles existed. Like, they were real people that existed. They just never became the Beatles and became a big deal. And that I can't remember which Beatles member it is he talks to, but the main character talks to, like, I want to say, I guess it would have to be one of the ones who was alive. It wasn't Paul. Ringo? I guess he talks to Ringo. It's a conversation about with Ringo. Yeah, like, it wasn't Paul, and it definitely because George Harrison and Paul and John Lennon were just clearly like still dead, even though they didn't die from, like, I don't think the thing that killed them in real life is like they were still dead in this timeline, but Ringo is still alive in this timeline, in this version, and he runs into him, and it's like it's such a weird thing. And also another thing the film doesn't meaningfully address is that the main character actually isn't the only one. It pretends for a long time like, oh, he's the only one who knows that the Beatles existed. But it turns out that other people do, and it's like there's no rhyme or reason to who does or does not know this. But he runs into a person who also just remembers the Beatles existed. It's so stupid and vapid. Like, it's just how thoughtless it is what baffles me. I don't remember. I know that John was dead in this film's universe when they made the switch. I just don't know if it was that he got shot by Mark David Chapman. He's obviously like dead in the context of the universe. I just don't know if I can't remember what the film's explanation for that is. I don't know if he died the same way, or if like a different person shot him, or like he still got shot by the same person, but just like for no reason, instead of that person being obsessed with him and stalking him. Could you imagine? It's just a thought. Again, I like Danny Boyle, but this is like the one time where I was like, are you cooked? Are you done making good films? Are you done? Because this film was awful. It's awful on a conceptual level. It's awful on a thematic level because it doesn't really have any meaningful themes that it explores. It just kind of goes like, yeah, the Beatles were important. If only people made the music of the Beatles today. Like, it's so vapid and boomer coded. It's and I just think that the fact that this film doesn't address the actual musical landscape is crazy to me. Like, it pretends as though, like, yeah, this will be groundbreaking. Like, in a universe where people like universe where trap music, or I guess if we're talking about the UK, UK drill music is popping up. It's like the musical landscape is so different, And there are so many acts that just try to do the Beatles and are not this popular. Why would the film think that it would just be fine? Like it's so dumb. It's so dumb. And maybe respectfully, I mean, look, I don't want to shade this actor. I just don't think he's that great a singer. And I really don't think these lyrics are hitting in a universe where people are just like, if you're I think maybe being an indie artist who's like, ooh, you're a secret little gem, but like pretending as though this would be the face of pop music in 2019, doing the Beatles is crazy and out of touch in a way that is baffling. I don't want to watch the rest of this trailer. What if Rami Malek was the main act? Would it be better? I don't think so. I don't think that it would. I don't think that it would actually improve anything. So despite yesterday, I mean, again, yesterday's not is garbage. Sunshine, which I don't know why I don't have rated here. I've seen Sunshine, 8 out of 10, and I've seen 127 hours, 7 out of 10. He's got some right films. I love Sunshine. I love Train Spotting. I love. I mean, it's mainly 28 Days Later, Sunshine, and Train Spotting. But he's an interesting filmmaker who also made 28 Years Later, which was a bounce back. So I guess I'm cautiously optimistic that hopefully something happens with Ink. I don't much else to say other than I hope it's good. If it's not, I will retract all the things I'm saying now. Okay, we have to talk about Look Back because, as you guys should know, in 2024 they made a Look Back animated film, and I thought it was great and it was a banger. I loved it. One of the good anime films. It tells an actually touching and interesting and engaging story. And I think it was under an hour long, like it's like 58 minutes, and it feels like it tells like a full last story. I guess we could argue it's like kind of a short film. It's not I guess it's not feature length, I should say. Look. Oh, you would cry your fucking eyes out, bro. It would, because it's specifically about an artist. It's about an artist comparing themselves to an artist, to a friend of theirs who kind of becomes a rival to them because they're clearly like the better artist, and it'll ruin your whole fucking day. It's great, ruin your whole day. And I want to say this: I wouldn't usually be at all interested in a live action remake, but they kind of got a wild person to do it, which is the only reason I'm even curious. Hirokazu Kurita, mainly a live action guy, known for a few films that I'm sure some people have seen, like Shoplifters. I haven't seen Monster yet, but he makes kind of interesting drama. I don't want to say feel good, but there's feel good elements to his films. And I think he's an interesting filmmaker where I'm like, he's always so close to what I would consider to be like a truly great film. I think the thing that holds it back is that he kind of has Spielberg sap vibes, but there's like interesting conflict and setup to his films. And then he made this weird murder mystery thing that is completely not like anything else he's ever made. And I think that we should return to this vibe because it's crazy that the feel good family drama filmmaker said, "What if I did a crazy murder mystery that's haunting, that'll keep you up at night?" I have not seen. I did not see. I saw the TV Glow. I have reason to believe it's not very good, and I've been putting it off. But people tell me it's important. I should watch it. Also, Broker's very good. sort of like about the underground of like people who can't have kids buying getting kids off of the black market. It's like it's weird that it has feel good vibes, but it's about like, if you think about it, human trafficking. If we really think about the story of Broker, it's kind of like it's human trafficking, but it's okay because we're giving these kids to people who can't have kids, and so it's fine. It's like it's human trafficking, but it has the feel good drama vibes of this other. It's crazy. I love this film. It's great. But what they're technically doing is human trafficking. You know? It's the most feel good film about human trafficking I've ever seen. It's an accomplishment. It's a good film. Everyone should watch Broker. So I guess I'm just interested to see what his approach is, because I'm like, on paper, look back, feels like it could be one of his films. Like when I watch the animated film, I can see why we would want this man, this older Japanese man, making feel good drama films, and then and for no reason that one time that murder mystery thriller thing. I can see why we would. He seems actually like a great pick to do it, and so I'm cautiously optimistic about this anime live action adaptation. Well, like they doesn't steal them. Like the it's they take mothers who don't want their kids, and then give it to families who can't have kids. So it's not they don't steal it. They're being volunteered by the people who don't want those kids, given to families that can't have kids, and they go on a wacky adventure with one of the people who's a mother of one of the people who gives them the kid. Like they're not like stealing children, I guess. It's just they are passing around a kid in a weird black market, you know? Kira Kurosawa is a great filmmaker. You know? He has one of my favorite films of all time, High and Low, which Spike Lee remade against my will. He didn't consult me at all. Like, look back will be interesting. I love I put on my list Project Hail Mary, which I did see. It's good, but I do think the more I think about it, the more I don't think I like it. I still stand on the fact that I think that Project Hail Mary is very well acted. Like Ryan Gosling is great, a very versatile actor who does the role great, and I like the special effects. I also just like the general aesthetic of the film, and some of the things like the ships, like are really like unnatural on purpose, and I like that. But I don't think the story was for me. Because he thinks you're a nicer YMS. Look, should we do that? I mean, I could. I just don't. The reason I don't do it because it's been an active choice for a while. The reason I don't have my favorite film section filled, I don't like that it limits me to 4. I understand it's like it's supposed to be about accessibility and make it easier, and if I could just put infinite number of films, it's like why don't I just make a regular list? I just don't like that I'm capped at 4, and that's why I've never. I don't know. I don't like. It's one of the sort of like social mediaification things that Letterboxd does that no. I just don't feel like filling out just 4. Why can't I get at least 10? I don't know. Because 4 is accessible. It's easy to make it in the UI if it's just 4. I've made a list. Okay, where is it? Because it's not on Letterboxd. I've made a list before I believe I made it on IMDb. We're gonna find it. We're gonna find it real quick. I don't really make lists. Where's that list? I think I still have it up. I don't think I ever. Where I have like general like here's my favorite films of the year, but there's a I think I could have sworn I had a here are all my favorite films of all time list. Was it for that long ago that it was pre-pandemic? Because I have the lists ordered by when I made them. But I'm seeing all these other lists that are like, can I order the lists by I'm just go back to the can I order the lists by most entries? Because if I could do it by that, it would be the one with the most entries. Or I'll just do it by name, I guess. I'll do it by name. I either called it like favorite films or my favorite films. Where is it? Where I'm gonna find it. I could have sworn I did. Did I delete it? Maybe I no, there it is. No, I redid the list. I could have sworn I had way more than like 21 things in this list. Or this or either I didn't make this list and I imagine maybe I started this, I didn't finish it. Because I feel like also I've been having 21. And also I think my opinions on some of these films has changed since 2018. Respectfully, I don't think I put the Raid 2 in there. I don't know why the Raid 2 is in there. The Raid 2 is the one that's like, I would definitely not put that in my favorites. Current me would do that. I could. I have the file. I did this originally because, as I'm sure some of you may or may not know, IMDb has a feature to import lists and ratings and all the things you can do. We can import them. You can import these lists and rating stuff from IMDb, and I did it, but only for my ratings. And I don't know. I guess I just felt like I thought I was gonna make other lists or whatever. But I guess I should. I don't know. Maybe maybe I should. I feel like if I'm just gonna make my favorites, like I just want it to be like a list. I'll just make like a formal list. Yeah, I think maybe I did. And I got rid of them because I decided to like restart. Maybe I did. Maybe I did the full upload and then I just deleted the list. That sounds like something I would do. That sounds like a thing. Also, now I'm looking at these lists. I need to update these lists. Updating lists is hard. Okay, because I saw Project Hail Mary, so we're upgrading this. Where did I put Project Hail Mary? Um, I guess it's the second best film I've seen in theaters. I guess like it's not just of officially released things this year. I'd put it there. Yeah, is that the only thing I've seen that's 2026 that I haven't added to the list? 28 years later, Project Hail Mary, Send Help, Wuthering Heights, The Rip, Iron Lung, Sleepwalker. I think that's it. I don't know if there's something I'm missing that's like clearing, but I've seen 7 films here. Maybe something's missing. I'm going to be like, I'm an idiot. I should have included blank. Maybe I'll make a stream out of it. Maybe I'll redo the list because I feel like this should be a list, even if it's like a loose like here's them not ranked except for Old Boy, which I think is definitely still number one. That opinion hasn't changed. It's still my favorite film, but like, we will revisit that eventually. Although sometimes I put down a film. Okay, I put down a film in my thing and go, why did I want to watch this? And then I had to like Google it or like look it up and be like, oh yeah. Is it still called Remain? This list of my anticipated things also hasn't updated in a while, so maybe the film isn't called. No, it's called Remain. I do want to watch the new M Night Shyamalan film. I do want to watch this. As your friend should. Yeah, M Night Shyamalan, he makes mostly bad films, but mostly enjoyable bad films for me. I would watch Old now. Sometimes he makes bad films that I don't want to watch again, like Glass, but you know, he makes pretty enjoyable bad films. You know, hopefully this is a good film, but if it's not, it'll probably be very watchable anyway. Four-door sedan. Is Rosebush Burning even coming out this year? Or am I just Rosebush pruning? Oh, apparently this is coming out. It's a new film from Kareem and Nawaz. And Nawaz. He's only made one film that I've ever seen, but I love that one film, and it's Invisible Life. So that's all. I liked Invisible Life. It'll ruin your whole day. It's great. It's a good day ruiner. You just want to have an existential crisis. Watch Invisible Life. We're getting near the end of the list. Okay, there's only so many more things that I'm like. These are just the things that I'm like, you know what? I have reason to believe this might be interesting or good. At the very least, very interesting. Also, the Richard Erler, the guy who's doing the anime remake, the live action remake of the anime film, Look Back, he has a completely separate film coming out. It's another original film from him. So I'm like, it's interesting that that's coming out also this year. I listed Jordan Peele's new film. Doesn't have a title yet. Just untitled Jordan Peele film. That might not even be coming out this year. But whenever it comes out, I'm excited. Will Terrence Malick finally release his weird Jesus film? Oh no, box related films, please. Okay, obviously untitled Jordan Peele. That's not what I meant to put in there. I just clicked all that and I did what I meant to put was Way of the Wind. Terrence Malick is making a Jesus film, and you either love or hate that idea. Obviously, director I've known for he's making a Jesus film. We're letting Terrence Malick do Jesus. Made a Hidden Life, Thin Red Line, Tree of Life. I like him sometimes. I think that it's interesting that Terrence Malick specifically is making a Jesus film because if he's just gonna do what he always does, like if you guys don't know what a Terrence Malick film is like, I know so many people do, but at least people in my audience, a lot of people know Terrence Malick. But it's interesting that this guy, who's probably he's known from several films, but the Tree of Life guy doing a Jesus film. Like it's crazy. Like Terrence Malick is also Sean Penn is in Tree of Life. Like it's like very beautiful cinematography and visuals, just with whispered poetry happening on top of it. It's a very wild vibe. I like Nine of Cups, but yeah, it is the vibe he goes for. It is what he does. He has a very specific vibe and tone and preferred method of presentation. No Christmas. No, look, Sean Penn is trying to become a Christmas warrior. You see, this is a prequel to One Battle After Another. I think we're near the end of the list. That because all I really have to say is there's a new Martin Scorsese. I don't just know who Martin Scorsese is, right? You know Martin Scorsese. You know the Goodfellas, the Taxi Driver, the Wolf of Wall Street, Killers of the Flower Moon. He's got a new thing coming out, which they're filming. It may or may not come out this. It might come out next year. It's got Leonardo DiCaprio. It's got Jennifer Lawrence. It's like a gothic horror film. And I think Martin Scorsese is one of those directors who has not lost his mind as he's aged. Like at least so far, he has not created a megalopolis. In fact, I would say broadly makes pretty good to great films still to this day. Shutter Island, you know that's a sequel I would watch just out of curiosity. Shutter Island 2, okay, Cook. I'll wait. You know, I'll do what you're gonna do. Shutter Island 2. And of course, it comes back around because the last thing on my list alphabetically is Wild Horse 9, which we talked about earlier, the new Martin McDonagh film coming out. Those are all the films that I'm like excited for the year. Again, we hold space for surprises or for other films that are like, I guess I'll see that might be way better than I'm expecting. Full circle. So, according to my list of anticipated films, I have 28 films I expect to be like good to great. You know, that's the list. So yeah, so I think it's a good, maybe something super interesting will come up, and we'll just see. A lot of these films are coming out in the second half of the year, so while I'm waiting for these films to come out, I guess I should probably watch Nirvana the band, the show, the movie. I at some point I should watch that. There's like so much time before things start coming out, And if I'm just gonna start making YouTube content anyway, I might as well just like catch up on things from last year. So that's the list. It's the films. I feel like it's gonna. I think it's gonna be a pretty good year for films. But I feel that way every year. There's a lot of years where I'm like, it's gonna be a good year for film. A lot of banger directors making great things. I should watch that. So that's I derailed my entire stream just to go over films that I am excited for the year. I don't know if derailed's the right word because I'm like I wanted to do it. No one held a gun to my head and said, "Stop making your other list and start going over all these films." No one forced me. I wasn't held at gunpoint to do what I did. I mean, okay, well, back to the fantasy list. If there's any other fantasy films you think I should watch, but House, I guess House is I guess you could argue House is a fantasy horror film. There's so many. Look, gave it a 7, you bastard. Like, I do think of House was like a horror film first, but it is like a fantasy. I mean, I guess it also depends. Like, do we count Supernatural as fantasy? Because part of me wants to say yes. Part of me wants to just say supernatural stuff is fantasy. Yeah, like it's kinda like it is. But if I open that door as every supernatural film a fantasy film, because then that opens up for a lot of things that I don't think I would say. I think it is. Yeah, it's probably depending on like how much are we doing and what way are we doing it. Because if I say that Houseu counts, because Houseu, and it is a fantasy horror film, but it's like if I open the door to Houseu being on the list, I kind of open the door to Nightmare on Elm Street. I think it would be a reasonable jump to be like, well, Nightmare on Elm Street. It's a fantasy thing that he goes into their dreams to kill them. If you think about it, and I don't know if I want that smoke, so I'm gonna just not address that for now. We'll just move on. I might circle back around to it. Shazam. I thought the first Shazam was fine. Okay, and there's also we have to talk about. I we're getting real loose with fantasy because I'm like, what I count Shazam again? It's like, does it take up enough of the film for me? Like, this is a fantasy film. Okay, Spirited Away, I think clearly, right? Fantasy, I don't have to debate this one. Shape of Water. I would say that Shape of Water counts. Then we get to Happy as Lazaro, a film I like, but the thing that's fantasy about it does not come into play for most of the film. Like, it gets there. I can see why someone would say this is a fantasy film. But the thing that makes it a fantasy film is introduced so late into the film that it feels just by like sheer percentage, it maybe shouldn't count. It is kind of a spoiler. Because if you watch Happy Lazaro and you think it's like, if I told the dollars that like this is like it's contentious that it's a fantasy film, is because there's the one thing in it, but the one thing is not minor. It is kind of a huge thing that happens. It does sort of like a fairy tale thing that could only be perceived as, okay, we're just doing magic, right? This is some a witch cursed you bullshit, surely. Like, it's not really. It is kind of like sanitized fairy tale story in a way. Like in terms of like, I guess if you watch this, it'd be like it's not there's nothing too like dark or shocking about it. It's just crazy that they included the fantasy where they did. Like, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like, it has a fantasy thing in it. There's a thing where you have to really genuinely think about it, but it's like, it is not a small thing, but it happens so late into the film. Is it a crew? Wait, who show? The reason is the sci-fi is a spoiler. Yeah, it's a magical real of life. That's probably a better way of putting it. And I'm like, okay, part of me wants to say yes. Part of me wants to say no. And I guess I need to move on to make a call. I guess we'll say yes. Because you kind of can't even have a real conversation about this film without engaging with what it's doing in terms of the magical real. It's a good film. I like it. You know, I will count this as a fantasy film. I should rewatch it. I haven't watched it since it came out. I do remember liking it. No? Okay. Why don't you get rid of all of this? Give me the title of the film that I wanted to put there. How about you do that? How about you do that? Okay. Are we okay? Okay. I don't know why that was a. What's the most prominent genre of the lore? Okay. The lore is fantasy, but it's like we'll get to okay. First things first. Let me put this in the thing because I'll start talking about it and I'll forget to. I even put I want to put the thing on the thing and I'll forget about it and I'm like director. I'm talking magical realism. I feel like that's kind of the thing. It's like a magical realism fable. That's probably a way to put it. There we go. And it's like the lore. First of all, let me get through these. The lore, like they're fantasy creatures, and their fantasy-ness of them is the driving thing of the plot. You could argue this is just a musical that has fantasy and horror stuff. And I guess I would say it's more fantasy than horror. Like, there's horror stuff in here, 100%. But I do think such large chunks of the film rely on the fantasy part and not the horror part. Like, there's horrific stuff in it, but that just feels like a consequence of the fantasy thing that they're doing. I would say this is more fantasy than horror. If you guys have never seen the lore, the lore. It's also a musical. It's a very weird film. But I kind of fucked with it. Just essentially a bunch of mermaids become like burlesque musical performers. It's a wild film that I'm glad got made, but it is absurd. What has this director done since The Lore? It's coming like 2015. That was forever ago. What have you been doing since this? Most of this seems like it's short one. What is this? The Silent Twins? I didn't watch this, but I should. Oh, they did a segment in the Field Guide to Evil. Which segment did they do? I did not like the Field Guide to Evil. This anthology horror thing kind of sucked. I don't think all the segments were bad. I don't remember which segment they were responsible for. Oh, this freak ass film. There was some freak ass stuff about this one. There was some freaky ass shit going on in this one. But it became more boring than you would think with its premise. It really struggled to find a direction to go in. I forgot I was going to include the lore. And a lot of these, like, there's a lot of these films where it's including like Love, Death, and Robots shorts because they rated them individually. And I'm like, what I count? It would depend on the Love, Death, and Robot short, but like the Drowned Giant, would I call that a fantasy? I don't know. Are we gonna? Does Who Framed Roger Rabbit really count as a fantasy film? Oh, we're doing this. We're doing this. We're adding to this goddamn list. If there's any fantasy freak ass things that you don't think I've seen, let me know. I'll say horror musical. I feel like fantasy is kind of one of those ones that feels harder to fully define. Like, what's the divide between something being fantasy and something being supernatural? Is supernatural a subset of fantasy? Like, again, I think that a lot of times something gets called fantasy when it's like it's surreal. Like, sorry to bother, is it really a fantasy? Or is it like absurdist and surreal? Is that not its own category of thing? You're right. I don't even know what the Spiderwick Chronicles is. In fact, I know so little, but I want to watch a thing about it. I'm going to discover it live on stream. It's starring children. Already a red flag for anything. Nickelodeon movies, also not a good sign. Bridge to Terabithia is the wildest kids film for just its strong tonal change. Yeah, this looks like child adventure slop. Give me the book. Okay, this I don't much care for this. I don't care for this. It insists upon itself. That looked garbage. I mean, I don't know what else to say other than you're right. That looks bad. You were cooking when you said that because that looked terrible. I don't know if I'm adding it to the watch list, but I'll mark it down. I had to watch a trailer for it. I'm marking it down. Who's the director of this? Mark Waters. Okay, of course you have a whack ass name like that. Mark Waters. You know what Mark they should have gone is Mark Webb. The Fools. Apparently the guy who directed the Spider-Man Chronicles. I'll look up his what are his film credits after I log this in. Mark Waters. It's an adventure thing. I have not seen it. Mark Waters is responsible for Mean Girls and Freaky Friday. And that one of the many Matthew McConaughey romance comedy things where he's on the poster and he can't stand up on his own. He did Mean Girls. He did Mean Girls. That's who Mark Waters is. And Freaky Friday with Lindsay Lohan and Jamie Lee Curtis. Didn't know him by name, but he directed these two films. His name? And whatever. I didn't watch this. Ghosts of Girlfriends Past. It's when Matthew McConaughey was in his slop era. He's all that. Bad Santa 2. What a weird filmography. Not even Bad Santa 1, just Bad Santa 2 specifically. And I do remember this film coming. I didn't watch it, but Vampire Academy. It's like it's Mean Girls, but what if they were vampires? Went to a vampire boarding school. This movie is bad, but I liked it. Anyway, hi haters. All caps. Sophie is standing on business, I see. Should we just get Guillermo del Toro out of the way? He's like a main fantasy producer. I've seen every Guillermo del Toro film. He doesn't always work in fantasy, but he often does. And it's often enough that it's like he's his own category of Precious Little Guy. Pan's Labyrinth, I gave it a 9. I love Pan's Labyrinth. Also reminds me, someone mentioned earlier Labyrinth. I didn't see Labyrinth, so that should also be on the list. Wait, what's over? What's? What is this? Okay, anyway, Pan's Labyrinth. (2006). 2006. I said David Bowie doing crimes movie. I don't know what you're talking about. David Bowie doing crimes movie. Is that Labyrinth, or is that something else? Del Toro. Would I consider Pan's Labyrinth an adventure film? I guess, kinda. Sure. Okay, look, we'll do Labyrinth. I should watch this because this is one of those films that always comes up when people are yelling at me that I've never watched a thing. Half of those people are yelling at me because it's about Labyrinth. Specifically. It's specifically Labyrinth. David Bowie. I think I should dedicate to watching this month. Again, we're making a list for like films I'm going to watch this month. And I feel like I should watch this so people stop hounding me about it. I've never seen Labyrinth, so I think I should definitely add it to the list, put it up high in priority. Just so people will get off my back about it. That's really what it is. I get yelled at all the time about it. Genuinely, all the time about it. Hey, Jim Henson directed this? Interesting. Interesting. I know I just keep saying everything's an adventure film, but I don't know. Maybe tell me, is calling Labyrinth a fantasy adventure film incorrect? I wish I could have never watched it. Yes, you have the I like just La La Land. That's your one, like, your form of autism is like, yep, it's just La La Land. And that's my secret. A lot of stuff is like, okay, some of this is horror, but I'd count The Shape of Water, and I would count Pinocchio as a fantasy film. I guess I would say that every adaptation of Pinocchio really is a fantasy story, isn't it? And I'm going to put down Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, but it really kind of applies to every adaptation of Pinocchio. We all know The Shape of Water. Remember when Shape of Water won Best Picture? The fish furries were losing their minds. I saw this in theaters. I was big on the we should support a real artist, Guillermo del Toro. It was more like a fantasy drama. It's a fantasy drama film. Also, what is it? I'm gonna put Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio first, and then we'll move on. Those are his main three like fantasy films. Is that what you thought? I guess I should like 2022 Oscars for 2021 films. Probably 2021 Oscars. And I'll just go to the Wikipedia. Okay, this is for next. Okay. Coda, Belfast, Don't Look Up, Drive My Car, Dune, King Richard, Licorice Pizza, Nightmare Alley, Power of the Dog, West Side Story. Coda won Best Picture. I didn't care for Belfast. Don't Look Up was bad. Didn't care for Drive My Car. I do not like Dune Part 1. King Richard is bad. Licorice Pizza is the worst thing Paul Thomas Anderson ever made. Nightmare Alley is decent. I also like The Power of the Dog, and I don't know if that's a controversial opinion. And West Side Story, I forgot that was even nominated. Forgot about that entirely. That they remade West Side Story. We let Spielberg get a Best Director nomination for that. I probably would have picked Power of the Dog. I wouldn't have been mad at A Nightmare Alley. This was a crazy year for wins. Will Smith for King Richard. Belfast winning original screenplay is criminal. I don't know. I feel like if the nominations are anything to look at, I feel like if they weren't picking Coda, I feel like it would have been Power of the Dog. They were really not cooking here. This is not a year where they have like again. This is also funny. We go literally to the next year. We go to the next time they do this, and it's just everything everywhere all at once. Banshees of Inisherin, Tar, Triangle of Sadness. Some normies will say Top Gun Maverick. Like the quality just jumps up pretty heavily. I mean, this was also, in my opinion, the year before they started really diving into doing horror because my favorite film of 2021 isn't even here. And also because they did a weird thing where they counted Judas and the Black Messiah as for the previous year, even though it did come out in 2021, but they expanded the window for it so it counted for 2020. I don't know what they did. I don't know why they did that. Because if Judas and the Black Messiah was here, as it really would have been if things had gone normally, And then they had the gall because Judas and the Black Messiah was. I'm gonna look at this listing. You could argue pretty strongly that Judas and the Black Messiah was the strongest film last year, like the year prior at the Oscars. And that if it had been in this, it would have been so clear. It would have been like, what else would you even realistically pick if you were a sane, functioning person? Of the ones they selected, yeah, it's definitely the best film of. If you look at the nominees for both years, like Judas the Black Messiah, whatever year it counted, it would have won either one, and then it lost to Nomadland, which I think is more offensive. Because I do think Code is like I get why people like it, I just don't think it's amazing. Nomadland is like everyone should feel robbed for losing to that. Everyone should be angry about it. Everyone should be rioting in the streets about losing to Nomadland. And we said Chloe Zhao Best Director is crazy. It's crazy. As I was saying, I do think that, again, this was one of those years where the Academy was trying to be cool and they were on their current horror kick. You know what I think? And then this might be an unpopular opinion. If they were being real cool, and I think that this in theory should have been possible with the way that the Academy was changing. They just didn't do it that year. But the film Titan. I do think that, considering we got The Substance years later, I don't think this was impossible. They just decided to actually follow through on being horror girlies. They just didn't do it at the time. Like this, really, this was my favorite film of 2021. Like, I remember watching this in Discord with people and it being a wild ride. This, like, psychological thriller, also sometimes body horror film. That reminds me, this director has another film I still have to watch from last year. You need to see Alpha? She gets real physical with a car. This film goes hard. And this was before the Academy was being real cool with, like, subversive horror stuff actually being in the listing. Because I think this would have been awesome if they had nominated this. That would have been my pick to win if they had actually put it on the board. I'd say The Substance is better, but I really fuck with Titan for honestly a lot of the same reasons as The Substance. They're both great. And if you were into The Substance, I would recommend Titan. Titan. Like, it's something like Titan, right? It's like French. But when have I ever respected French pronunciation for anything, you know? That's what I would have done. The Academy could have. They just weren't being cool. I mean, I hate to say you slapping adventure onto everything that's a fantasy thing, but it is an adventure film, so I mean, I'm a known French film enjoyer, you know? I think that's known, right? We know that I like French cinema, right? Particularly French extremity movement type stuff, right? That's a known thing, right? If not, well, this is how you're finding out. What I was look, I don't think I could be handle being born in France. I think have I seen A Different Man? I don't know. Maybe it's just am I blanking? A Different Man. That's the Sebastian Stan, right? And it has the guy I mistook as a. It has the guy with the thing from Under the Skin. It's got that other guy from Under the Skin. I have seen this. This one's great. I thought Sebastian. Look, yeah, this is another year where it's like if we were doing cool subversive stuff, the Academy would have said Sebastian Stan for this and not for his perfectly fine, perfectly adequate Donald Trump. This one was great. This was great. The substance, but for boys, is they were cooking there. They were kind of cooking with it. The substance, but for boys. Sure. You know what? Sure. it kind of is. So they were cooking. I don't you always go down to read people's reviews, but when sometimes I'll give them this. People writing reviews on IMDb very often when I do decide to scroll down, I see something engaging or like something's very funny, or I do see like a very solid analysis. I'm like, they're cooking over there. People who choose to write stuff in IMDb, the IMDb review section are they're on something. You're like, should I? I mean, I did like it. I liked it. You all saw me enjoy it publicly. I clicked like. I think it's the first. I don't typically like. I mean, do I? I'm sure I can see my likes. What if I have his likes in terms of reviews? You're one of two, Aaron. I liked that you said I should try podcasting. I don't know. This is the second review I've ever liked on Letterboxd. So I might not. Sometimes I just get I don't know. Sometimes I'm a crazy person. You're right. I might not have. And now that you said that, I want to check. Because sometimes I feel this will happen sometimes where a film just like I thought I rated, and I didn't. If it was so long ago, it was just on my watch list. I like this. I want to rewatch this. Should I watch this on stream again? It would be very wild if you guys have if for people who have no idea what's going to happen in it, what the actual vibe is. Is this director doing anything since A Different Man? Oh, he's directed some of the new Tim Robinson show, The Chair Company. But nope, that was his last feature length film. But he has two other. Are these features? Or these like really just elongated shorts? No, this is it's an hour. This one was an hour and a half. This is a feature length film, I guess, but it's like a indie thing they were doing. Go Down to Death and Chained for Love. They have the guy again. Interesting. I'll add these to my watch list. I'll watch these at some point. Title of the stream: Substance But for Boys. I think there are people who be coming to be like, "What is going on in here?" They'd be like, "What is this title?" I'd at least get someone being like, why are you naming it this?" I should bait people into coming in and asking me questions about a thing. That should be my title. My title should just be bait to get people to come in and ask me, "What do you mean by that?" It would be a good strategy. A film I have seen. Okay, I know I'm going to go over this again, so feel free to yell at me and say, "Shut up, T1, you're a fucking idiot." Feel free to just scream at the top of your lungs if you haven't heard this take and you're hearing it for the first time about the Dark Crystal, where I don't like the two lead puppets. I think that there's beneath the quality of that I expect from Jim Henson. Think I'm a cool person? Good, Dean. Are you still wearing the makeup, D? I don't know if you're still. I don't know if you were still streaming or not, or if you're still like doing a thing. Are you still wearing the makeup? Are you still wearing the Sonic makeup? I have to know because the last time. Okay, good. I'm like, surely he's taking it off. Like, there's no way that could be an elongated thing he's doing. He has to. Surely that man has to take off that makeup. It's great. You looked great. It was a fun time over there. Everyone should follow Dean Bratwurst. Truly, I do. You're one of like very few people that I watch like just vibe. If you're not following the Dean Bratwurst, but I'm making a list of like fantasy films to watch, and you came in just in time for me to relitigate my distaste for the Dark Crystal. Mainly the two parts. Like I like the puppetry overall, but like the main, I go over this every time. I go over this every single time. But I don't understand. And it's just these two. It's just, okay. Okay, you opened up the different link. I want to open up the image. You open up this motherfucking image in a new tab right the fuck now. What do you mean you opened? Like, I don't get why these are it's just these ones. Whatever race of creature these ones are. I hate these ones as puppets. And again, the other puppets look fantastic. They're really detailed. They've got a lot of good articulation. They feel real, like they're creatures. But the way they handle the puppets in this one, first off, just aesthetically, just looking at them, they look like they have like bad plastic surgery, and they're the only ones that look like this. Like there are specific like extinct race of creature, but I'm like, these are your main characters. They look like too much plastic surgery. So they look bad, but also I think the way they're handled physically as puppets has always bothered me. They'll be like riding a thing, and then they just look and act and just move around like they're just a puppet attached to a thing. They look like, oh yep, it's not like a creature is like riding a thing. It's like, nope, you're a puppet prop attached to the top of another moving thing, and that's what it looks like. It doesn't look like a thing is riding a thing. It looks like they're just attached. They're just like, and we sewed it here. You'll stay on and just go, I guess. Again, I think broadly I respect the work of Jim Henson and the Jim Henson Company, but like the way they handle just the two main ones in this, because I don't have this critique for any of the other puppets. They're so lifelike. They're so detailed. The way they move around and interact feels so like real. Like it's just the main two. Like this guy, this opening. I don't remember what race of creature this is, but this guy who dies at the beginning, so detailed, so intricate. It felt like a living, breathing thing the whole time it was on screen. Also, Retro Future Now, hello. Mwah. Welcome in. Again, I think the Dark Crystal is kind of boring, but it's very well made. Like, it definitely, I can see the appeal. This very like atmospheric sort of like, fantasy adventure thing. I thought most of the puppetry is solid. I really enjoyed the music. I like the look and feel and tone of it. I just hate those two main puppets. I hate them, and I do feel like the story eventually goes nowhere. Like, I do kind of feel like there's a point where I was like, wrap it up. I was like, we could end this now. And then I'm like, oh, there's 30 more minutes of this? Jesus. But it's good. I just think the story goes on too long, and I hate those two main puppets. And that's driving most of my distaste for it. Also, we hot dogging. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. And I watched this. I think I watched this. What did I watch this last year? Maybe either I watched either last year or the year before for the first time, and because this is one of those this used to be the main film people yelled at me for not seeing. Now it's Labyrinth. It's Labyrinth tied probably with The Princess Bride, but at the time it was a year or two ago. It was The Dark Crystal. Hoes were so gagged that I've never watched it before, and I avoided it because I'm like, that looks like something I would think is mid. And they got to me. They yelled at me enough, and I watched it. And then they yelled at me again when I unveiled the puppet take. I feel like I didn't realize I had a hot take on Jim Henson's puppetry, because it's like, I respect the puppetry. The fact that it's great everywhere except these two main characters is crazy. Like, it's just them. Like, they're the two debatably the most important. They're the main characters. They look bad. They move bad. They don't feel like real living creatures ever. Have I seen 12 Angry Men? Yes. It's been a long time, but I've seen 12 Angry Men. I was still in high school when I saw that. Very solid film. Really, really, really great screenplay. Really great, like, ensemble cast. Yeah. I remember it very fondly. Dark Crystal, okay, 1982, adding it to the list. I'm making a list. We're gonna make some progress. I'm obviously not finishing this list. That's how could one finish a list of just like, here's every fantasy thing, but we're making significant progress. Okay. I also forgot I was also making another list of like films from the 70s, because I'm doing that. I'm doing a genre thing, and I'm doing a time period thing. It's crazy that most of the fantasy films anyone ever talks about really start from the 80s onward, apparently. Obviously not exclusively, but a lot of it. 1982? Maybe I misremember the year. Nope, I did not. I hate saying everything is a fantasy adventure film, but fantasy stuff loves being an adventure film. They love it. Look, I kind of feel like I should say that The Prince of Egypt is fantasy, right? I know that would make some people mad. So why did I close that when I meant to go for here? Like, I would say The Prince of Egypt is clearly a fantasy story, but if I start saying that, some people might get mad. Because I know this is probably obvious. I'm not a religious person. So I'm like, I look at The Prince of Egypt story and I go, that is made up, my guy. You read that from your favorite coked out Stephen King fantasy writer made that. And that's fine. Like, we love works of fiction or whatever, but I don't agree with the sentiment that this is the Bible is filled with events of things that happened. What was it? Yeah, I didn't watch, but yeah, Into the Woods. It's like a musical. It's like Meryl Streep, I think. I didn't watch it. I did not. It did not look interesting to me. Like, it's a pretty decent animated film in terms of like animation, in terms of like music, but it's like, again, it's like it's 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 not okay. Look, I had this idea a while, like a long time ago, when I felt like I made comparatively edgier content. I had an idea to like review the Bible like exclusively like it's a fantasy story that's made. I just just review it like it's an actual story, like, Because no one ever does that. No one ever just goes like either it's real and it happened. How dare you say it's not real, and or they ignore it. But no one reviews the Bible like you're reviewing a Lord of the Rings book or something. They would say that about this being the best DreamWorks. They would say that, wouldn't they? Because I truly believe you look about the Bible being just a series of anthology stories of honestly varying quality. I think it was an interesting idea. I never went through with it. I never followed through on doing the stream where I did that, but it could come full circle. I could decide to do that now. I don't know. Never, maybe. I don't know. Maybe never. I feel like she would say something crazy. If I got her on stream, was like, just tell the stream what your favorite films are. I think I'd hear some crazy stuff, and I don't know if I'm ready for that to taint our relationship. She says "Whisper of the Heart" for some reason, and I go, well, whoops, there was a wrong answer. I think I know her well enough. You know, like I don't think I need any additional surprises going forward from her forever. You know? She did not like Alien Covenant. If there's things I can guarantee you are not going to be there, she did not like Alien Covenant. She did not like that. In fact, the list of films that she clearly would not put on the list, I think is pretty clear in my mind. I think I get a good picture of what she does and does not like. She would not put she did not like Blade Runner. Doesn't care for a Blade Runner. You will not see a No Country for Old Men. You will not see that in her top 4. You will not see those. I don't think she likes. I don't think she likes a lot of comedy stuff. At least she's never voiced. Like, she likes stand-up comedy specials. I've seen her like really enjoy those, but comedy films broadly, I don't think so. I don't think. I guarantee you that there'd be at least one Marvel Cinematic Universe film on the list. I guarantee that if I brought her on stream, she would say one of them. She would. She saw so many of those in theaters, and still like she's still an active watcher of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I guarantee you, at least one of them would be like Guardians of the Galaxy or something. I don't know. Not really a horror person. I don't think she's seen Hereditary. I don't think she's seen Hereditary. Actually, she's right. She used to be really into horror. Like she mentioned it being like when she was younger, like she was really into horror stuff. But I've not seen her watch too many horror things in my when I was a teenager to now. Like I can't think of like horrors like outside of like she watched Alien Covenant in theaters. I watched it with her. Like outside of something like that. But like broadly, not watching a lot of horror stuff. I record her I specifically make her watch Hereditary to get her comment on the one scene. And I'm like, what with a microphone to your face, like, would you let that happen to me? And that's the video. Get to that scene and be like, so how if would you let that happen to me? And if not, how would you prevent such a thing? How would you prevent the telephone scene from Hereditary from happening to me? It's an ambush interview. It's very funny conceptually. I almost want to do it now. It would be very funny. I don't think it would be a very weird moment in our relationship, but it'd be very funny. The prison is like decent, but it's in fact the worst thing. You know what the worst part about the prison Egypt is? It tells a story that isn't very interesting. Kind of unironically, the worst part of this film is the fact that it's an adaptation of this Bible story is kind of the problem. Inherent fundamentally, there's a problem with it being this Bible story where there's not a lot going on. I go viral on the Instagram. That's to make it look. This is the thing. I don't want to go viral for something. I don't want to go if I can avoid. Again, you can never really control when you're going viral or not. Not truly. But if I go viral, I just don't want it to be for a thing that I wouldn't want to just like replicate. I would not want to have to like make another similar thing. Be like, and now going to the next film where I ambush someone or my mom again to be like, so what would you do there? Like I don't know. It's a type of content that would be funny for a second, but I'm like, man, if I'm getting traction on that, my soul, my precious little soul, I don't think I can handle it. 1998. Again, it's kind of an adventure film. Like again, adventure is so applicable to so many things. I should include Border from 2018. I liked Border. Border is very weird. Yes. I mean, immediately, yes. Border is a way better film than Bright. Like I remember being kind of shook by this film when I saw it the first time. It was going places I was not expecting and was not ready for. Okay, I will say this. It is genuinely hilarious. It's hilarious freak shit that Sweden submitted this as their entry for best foreign language film. I think it is so ballsy and crazy that for the 2019 Oscars for 2018 films, they the whatever board it is that decides that chose Border, and those cowards should have let it ride on the actual final nomination. Yeah, the person who wrote let the right one in. Oh yeah, it does. Oh yes, it does. It's great. It's very weird, but that's kind of part of its appeal. Is that it's a thing where I was constantly, I what am I watching? Where is this going? I like Border, and Border is definitely a fantasy film. Like the name of the director. It's funny that Sweden submitted it though. It's like there was no way they were gonna let it pass, but it is the funniest thing that they've submitted this. Did no other more palatable Swedish films come out in 2018? Yeah, it's also the same director as The Apprentice, and also another film I like a lot, Holy Spider. Love this film. Holy Spider is fucked. Holy Spider is deeply underrated. I was a little disappointed by The Apprentice. Like, it was like a decently made film. I've talked about this before. One of my complaints about The Apprentice are I think that it chooses a very small scope of time covering Donald Trump's life that I'm kind of annoyed that it did. Like, it feels like it arbitrarily decides to stop in the middle of the 90s. And I'm like, we never got to 2008 Obama running for president and being called a secret Muslim who's not American. Or even, I understand that it's The Apprentice because Donald Trump is the apprentice to Roy Cohn, right? Roy Cohn, whatever his name is. And it makes sense. I just wish that we got a far, like, I kind of wish that this had caught us up to current time with Donald Trump. I was a little let down that it didn't. Like, and it's a good film. It's got mostly pretty strong performances. I just think they kind of missed a huge opportunity by just stopping in the middle of the 90s. And not even like on just covering, at least even if you had to like we're doing like a just a quick like, and here's this thing that happened and then move on to the next thing. Just some of the things that happened were just, I think, should be in a biopic about Donald Trump. That's the sequel. This was like, it was good. Again, it's well shot, it's well edited, it's well put together. It feels like it's weird that it lacks the ambition to just go further than the 90s with Donald Trump. I don't think Jeremy Strong was robbed. Like, he's good in this. He's great, even, some have been saying. But I would have said Guy Pearce for The Brutalist. I knew it wasn't going to happen. Kieran Culkin essentially had it on lock. There was no way it wasn't going to be Kieran Culkin for, what is that film called? What is that Jesse Eisenberg low stakes drama? I can't remember what I do. I forgot what it's called. A Real Pain. There it is. I was gonna type it in. It's, yeah, you're right. It's called A Real Pain. That film kind of, I wouldn't say it's terrible. Like, it's, again, I think Kieran Culkin does a good job in it. I think it goes somewhere as something to say. I just feel like the journey just didn't feel worth it to me. And again, I think that Kieran Culkin did a good job. I really do not think he should have won Best Supporting Actor. That was crazy. Ali Abassi, that's the director of Border. Board her. I barely know her. Ali Bassi. Is that how you spell it? Abassi? Like, okay, there's two B's in Abassi. It's like a romance thriller. That's how I would classify Border. IFC and I Saw the Devil. It's a great film. I like a good violent revenge film. Okay, didn't mean to do that. I meant to just. And also, Korean films. Again, people are like more hot on Korean films now post Parasite, but Korean cinema was really popping off in the 2000s to the early 2010s. Yeah, you have Bong Joon Ho and Park Chan Wook, and also like random directors coming in, like director of I Saw the Devil was Kim Ji Woon. Is that his name? I'm gonna look it up. He's the other. He's the one Korean director who isn't Bong Joon Ho and isn't Park Chan Wook, whose name I think I know. I think am I gonna be Kim Ji Woon? Yeah. This one's great. Good. The only friend I have on Letterbox that rated gave it an 8 too. We're twinsies. This one's great. Like if you like violent revenge stories, if you love this like outburst of like Korean thriller stuff that's been very popular lately, I think this is great. It's fucked up. It's disturbing. It's very thrilling. It's engaging. Again, all the things you expect from like a quality Korean, a good, high art, high engagement type of Korean film. It's got the performances. It's got the filmmaking. It has an ending that keeps me up at night when I think about it. It's great. Yeah, def. I think you would enjoy it. It's definitely it keeps you roped in for reasons I'm not going to explain because it's always a spoiler. But like there's things it establishes that keep reeling you back in, and I personally think it's got like pure cinema ending. It does not feel like a waste of your time. It feels like, you know what? It kind of was one of very few endings of a film where I'm like, we tied this up in a nice thematic bow. Like it's kind of one of those endings that's like it's perfect for the film, and more people should see it. And that's what I have to say. Do it. And how many? I feel like there's so many films. There's so many films. And there's a lot of things here where I'm like, why do they think Arco is a fantasy film? It's a science fiction film, clearly. He flies off from space too far and then has to use sci-fi stuff to reconnect. How is this a fantasy film? This is not a fantasy film, Letterbox, please. Uh, I actually never had a film class. My high school did not have one. I would have taken it at the time if they had one, but I didn't. We'll get to it. We'll continue this. I will. How much do I have on the list now? I think this is a list we like slowly work on, maybe through the month. Like Tuesday when I stream again on this channel, we'll watch a thing or two from this, and then like add. We'll slowly add through the time. I'm gonna watch a fantasy thing and then like a 70s film, which there's I don't think there's that many notable 70s films I haven't seen. I say this as someone who is admitting openly that I've never seen The Godfather. I've seen The Long Goodbye. I've seen Taxi Driver. Now I'm struggling to think of films that came out in the 70s. I've seen Apocalypse Now and The Conversation. Might not have. That might be a thing I didn't. The Long Goodbye. They're not rated on Letterboxd. Everything just never gets rated on Letterboxd. Despite that, I have over 3,000 ratings. There's just always something. And this is just from memory because I saw this forever ago. I don't know, 5. I was not particularly enthused by the vibe or tone or presentation of The Long Goodbye. Maybe I would feel differently now because I watched this literally, quite literally, like I want to say 15 years ago. Some people love it, but it's fine. Like there are things about it that I like, but I just feel like the story just never truly gripped me. And so because of that, its other attempts to win me over just didn't work. I'm like on a fundamental level, I just don't care about this story or these characters doing the things. Again, I saw this forever ago. I might feel differently. We'll also add it to the waters. I've rated it from memory. I might give it a rewatch. I've seen this film, but it's been a long time. Taxi Driver. I've seen Mean Streets. I mean, I love how I said like I've seen a lot of studies, but then immediately this list is like, and you didn't see The Godfather Part 1 or Part 2, which I already listed. I've also never seen Chinatown. People yell at me for not watching Chinatown. The Sting. I don't, off the top of my head, remember The Sting. Yeah, I do not think I've seen this. Just looking at these actors and looking at the description, poster, I don't get the sense that I've seen this. I'll add it to my watch list. I'll add The Sting, and I will add Chinatown. That way, because I want to like start doing like double features, and I'll just like split them between the two categories. Chinatown might be awkward because it's like obviously Roman Polanski. There's an obvious thing that people will be like, I don't want to see that, and I would understand why. Sounds like a thriller, right? Right. I've seen the original Straw Dogs, yes. Can look at this list again. I've seen The Conversation, Apocalypse Now, French Connection, The Exorcist, Jaws, the original Wicker Man I've seen, the original Omen, Clockwork Orange, Star Wars Episode 4, Kramer versus Kramer, Carrie. Don't know why we're taking a lot of time to load this. Rocky, Enter the Dragon, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Halloween. I've never seen the MASH film. I've seen MASH the TV show, but never the film. You know what? I should add One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I know I haven't seen that. Right off my memory, I haven't seen that. It's got Jack Nicholson, right? Yeah. One Flew. I should watch this. This gets referenced a lot for like its portrayal of uh insane asylums. Like a lot. Like it comes up all the time. I feel, and I should probably watch that. It's from, what is his name? Milos Forman. Came out in 75. It's on the list. You did it. Foreman, it's like a drama, right? Like from what I remember. Again, I might be wrong. Because I didn't really figure out what the Sting was genre wise. Like I guess like I was gonna say like subgenre, but that doesn't make any sense because I'm just doing films of the '70s are not. This section isn't dependent on its genre classification. So because we're saying subgenres, there's other genre. I'm like, well, I've seen Deer Hunter, crime comedy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Crime comedy makes sense. Crime comedy. I've seen Deer Hunter. I don't know if I know what Paper Moon is. Here I am. Here I was. I'm like, well, we're all dead. And then I'm like, here we are. Well, I mean, I guess it's good because I'm going to do, because what I'm going to do once I have this list figured out. I mean, I'm going to start doing this like on Tuesdays. Like I'm going to like take a thing from the fantasy side and a thing from the '70s side, just like double feature them. So I can get through both lists together slowly and fill them out, you know? Yeah, I don't think I've even ever heard of Paper Moon. Is this considered an important film? I do not think I've ever heard of this. I will add it to the list. If you're saying that I should watch it, it's a thing I should see. At the very least, for historical context, Paper Moon came out in 73. Okay. Came out in 73. Okay. That makes sense. I guess there's also broadly, I guess, a lot of older musicals I haven't seen. So I guess I do think that if there's a clear like subgenre of thing, I probably haven't seen that much from the '70s. It's probably whatever musicals were coming out at the time. But I think that's where we'll leave it for now. I will stream again. I guess it's later today. It is Monday already. I will stream later today. What, I don't know. I mean, I haven't finalized the schedule, but the current plan is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, possibly Saturday. I might have a thing on Saturday. So Saturday is like a maybe, but we're trying to get the Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Gonna be in the Cord is what we're calling it. The Cord. I'll be there for a bit. And I think I already know who I'm going to rate if they're still up. If they're still up, and they usually are, which is why I'm always rating them. I usually rate them because they're the only one. They're the only one, especially on the After Hours channel where I go broadly later. Mikey and Nikki. Mikey and Nikki. Let's leave it open. Let me like I we will see, but I could add that real quick. What is this? I have not. Oh yeah, I think you've mentioned before because I said I was going to watch films directed by women. I was trying to do that, and I think you mentioned this last month when I said I was doing that. And I didn't. That's why the name sounds familiar, but I did not watch this. I'll add it. Okay, I'll add it right now. You know what? You will see me add it to the list right now. Elaine May, we are not escaping it this time. I can't. I'll add this real quick before I end the list. 1976. Okay, where is it? Okay, alphabetical order. Adding it. You're seeing it. You can all see it. It's being added to the list. That was what am I doing? 19. I love how my brain's right. I'm like, what am I doing? Elaine May. What type of film was this? Nope, don't hit the caps lock. Don't hit the caps lock. Don't do that. And all that jazz. Was all that jazz in the 70s? You're right. I haven't seen all that jazz. I'll add all that jazz as well. That jazz. Oh, I know it's a musical, right? It's a musical. Crime drama for Mikey and Nikki. Got it. Crime drama. I'm gonna quickly look up who directed all that jazz. I'm gonna quickly do that. No, don't click that. That's a separate window. All that Bob Fosse. That's it. All that jazz. 1979. Bob Fosse. Oh, Fosse. There it is. It's a musical fantasy for all that jazz. Okay, musical fantasy. I will. Okay, before we go, do you think that because I have two guys, do you think it counts technically as both? If you think it's a musical fantasy, would you say it counts enough to be like it's kind of both a 70s film and a fantasy film? Obviously 70s because that's what it came up like. Would you genre wise be like fantasy is an important part of it? To be like, yeah, this is a fantasy musical. This is not just a musical that's like, oh, we might touch on fantasy. It's like it's a fantasy musical. I'd say no. Okay, I'll just leave it in the 70s. I'm gonna watch it regardless, but it's there. I think I know who we're rating because they're usually the only one around. They're not the only one, but Redolent Thought is frequently up at this time, which makes it easy to rate. It makes it easy to be like, and Redolent Thought. Oh, it has slurs in it? Well, that'll happen. Oh, yeah? Redolent Thought decides to be on BRB when I'm going to raid them? How dare you? How dare you, Redolent? You know what? I'll rate someone else then. No, wait, no. You're back. Okay, you're lucky. I was gonna switch on you, but I saw that he came back on camera. I saw the BRB thing, but now it's like he came back on camera just as I was about to click away. So we will be saying Redolent Thought. It was almost not Redolent Thought. Again, thank you all for watching. I'll be live again later today. Like the plan. I haven't decided specifically what, but I'm doing a bracket today is the plan. Wednesday, we're starting a new tier list. Friday, we're experimenting with some stuff. That's the current plan. Definitely, I don't know. I haven't decided yet exactly what, but a bracket today, a tier list on Wednesday, and something else planned for Friday, and maybe on the main channel a stream on Saturday. But definitely going to be streaming more on this channel as well. and also more YouTube content. And we're gonna slowly work our way to taking streaming and content more seriously. We'll see. I've been saying it for a while, but now we're really doing the thing, or else it's a threat. I need to threaten myself more. Lucky, well, it'd be like that. Let's decide a random thought, and yeah, it's exciting. It's an exciting time. I'm ready for this to at least give this the good, honest shot. Because I always treated streaming as like it's a hobby. I'm like, if it could go more, I like that, and I haven't given it the full energy, and it's definitely getting now. So we'll see. We'll slowly work our way towards that. And say I had a random thought. Give him the jump cakes, or give him anything. I don't know. Just say hi. Random thoughts cool, and I will see you all again on this channel again Tuesday and Thursday. The main channel later today, Wednesday, Friday, possibly Saturday. Mwah. I love how